is at our table. Vice Rector for Academic Affairs and Partnership, Dr. Igederas Bendantes STMTI, Director of Postgraduate Program, Professor Dr. Igusti Putu Suharta, the Head of Perkumpulan Program Studi Doktor Pendidikan, Professor Dr. Wahidi MPD, the Coordinator of Doctor of Education Study Program, Professor Dr. Putu Kartini Tiasih MA. We would also like to recognize and welcome Vice Rector for Financial Affairs, Professor Dr. Iwayan Lasmawan MPD, Vice Rector for Student, Alumni, and Public Relations Affairs, Professor Dr. Iwayan Suwastra MPD, Vice Rector 1 of Postgraduate Program, Professor Dr. Ida Bagus Putrayasa MPD, Vice Director 2 of Postgraduate Program, Dr. Igusti Ngurah Pujawan MKes, Secretary of Perkumpulan Program Studi Doktor Pendidikan, Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan MPD, the Coordinator of Doctor of Education Study Program Universitas Bengkulu, Professor Dr. Sudarwan Danim MPD, all study program coordinators in postgraduate program, students of Doctor of Education Study Program Universitas Bengkulu, students of Doctor of Education Study Program Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, and all distinguished guests who participate in this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to watch a traditional dance entitled Sekar Jagat, performed by the students from UKM Kesenian Daerah Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite everyone to invoke the Almighty and start this opening ceremony by a prayer. The prayer will be delivered according to Hindu.
Om Swastiastu. Om Wakaratunda Mahakaya. Surya Kotia Sama Prabu Nirwignam Kuramiadu Sarvakaryesu Sarvadu. Om Mano Badrah Kardawiyantu Wiswata. Om Wignamastu Namo Siddhim. Ya Tuhan yang Maha Agung, sumber segala cahaya dan segala kehidupan, semoga Engkau berkenan menganugerahi pikiran kami dengan cahayamu yang maha suci. Om Hyang Widi, yang maha bijaksana, kami yakin bahwa tiada sesuatu apapun yang dapat kami laksanakan tanpa perkenan-Mu. Karena Engkaulah Maha Pencipta, Pemelihara, dan Pelebur alam semesta ini. Ya Tuhan, yang Maha Penyayang dan Maha Pengampun, mohon berkenan menjauhkan kami dari segala halangan dan rintangan, sehingga acara yang kami laksanakan pada hari ini dapat berlangsung dengan lancar. Ya Tuhan, penguasa segala ilmu pengetahuan, anugerahkanlah kecerdasan kepada semua peserta dalam kegiatan ini. Semoga pikiran baik datang dari segala penjuru. Semoga kegiatan ini berjalan tanpa halangan. Om Sriyam Bhavantu Sukam Bhavantu Purnam Bhavantu. Om Dewa Sukasema Parama Cinti Namah Swaha. Om Santi Santi Santi. Om.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, you may back to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, with full of respect, allow us to invite the Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Professor Dr. Inyoman Jampel, MPD, to deliver the opening remarks. In this occasion will be delivered by Vice Rector for Academic Affairs and Partnership, Dr. Igede Rasbendantes, STMTI. And after, we also kindly request to officially open this event. To Dr. Igede Rasbendantes, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, DMC, the Honorable Vice Rector, Dean, and Director of Postgraduate Program, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, the Honorable Chair of Perkumpulan Program Studi Doktor Pendidikan Indonesia, Prof. Dr. Wahidi, selamat datang di Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. The Honorable of Chair of Doctor Education Study Program, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Profesor Dr. Putu Kertiniti Hasih, Chair of Doctor Education Study Program, Universitas Bengkulu, Profesor Dr. Sudarwan Danim, and all my colleagues from University of Bengkulu who attend in person at Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, and all Chair of Doctor Education Study Program from Universitas Negeri Surakarta, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Universitas Negeri Padang, Universitas Negeri Makassar, Universitas Negeri Gorontalo, and my colleagues from Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, Universitas Lampung, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, and Chair of Doctor Education Management Study Program from State University of Jakarta. The Honorable keynote speaker and respected researcher and esteemed scholar, Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Salam, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Harmoni, may God bless us all. Good morning and welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. This pandemic COVID-19 brings us a new way to do our daily activity, and I hope everyone is in good health. We are offering our most sincere gratitude to Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, God Almighty, for the grace that have been bestowed upon us so that we can all gather here. Thank you for joining this meeting of the International Seminar on Strengthening Education, Leadership, Communication, Creative Thinking, and Technology Literacy and in Digital Era. First of all, congratulations on the collaboration between the Doctor of Education Study Program Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha and Perkumpulan Program Studi Doktor Pendidikan Indonesia to hold this international seminar. I'm genuinely delighted that this seminar has gathered academician, educator, entrepreneur, practitioner, research scholar, and student from various backgrounds. Ladies and gentlemen, we are put on pause with the global COVID-19 pandemic. Nevertheless, the show must go on. I highly appreciate your effort to be together virtually. So this is an excellent first step in the right direction to force synergy among us for one goal we all want to achieve, to thrive in the 21st century. We all might be aware of how education holds the most strategic position to prepare the next generation in facing the uncertainty of the future. Right now, we call always this word become a VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complex, and ambiguity. However, the widening technology gap between educator and student have changed what is needed and value in the 21st century education. It demands different learning and teaching practice which only emphasize the central role of lifelong learning. Therefore, we are here today to sharpen our skill at using the power of learning technology and develop 21st century skill by learning from educational experts with a wide range of scope. Lastly, I do really appreciate the committee for their hard work on establishing this academic vessel. I hope you continue the series and I wish you all the best. As the final remark, I hope you will enjoy today's discussion and networking. This conference will bring new idea and opportunity to help us move forward. Thank you very much. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. As a request by the organizing committee, on behalf of Rector Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, we are open the international seminar on strengthening educational leadership, communication, creative thinking, and technology literacy in digital era today, 27 of September 2021, officially. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om.
Thank you very much, Dr. Igederas Bendantes, for the remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the opening remarks from Vice Rector for Academic Affairs and Partnership of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, who has officially opened this event. Now we are coming to the main agenda, the seminar. But before we start the seminar, we would like to thank the guests at our table for attending the opening ceremony. You may leave the table. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are going to listen to the speech from our international speakers that will surely give us new knowledge and insights. I would like to give the time to the moderator who will lead this session. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan, MPD from Universitas Bengkulu. The time is yours.
Well, that's okay. Thank you so much for the Master of Ceremony. Okay, morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, nice to meet you here in international seminar of PPSDP and Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. Well, when I say good morning, you should answer good morning. When I say, are you with me? You should answer yes. When I say hello, you should say hi. Understand? Okay, good morning. Okay, hello.
Hi.
Are you with me, ladies and gentlemen?
Hi.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start our meeting. Let me introduce myself. I am Muhammad Kristiawan from Universitas Bengkulu. Well, we are going to start our international seminar. Okay, for the first, we are to greet our keynote speaker, Mr. David Diporodin. Are you here, Mr. David?
Of course, my friend. You called and I am here.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. David Diporodin is our keynote speaker for the first one. And Mr. David Deparodin is from USA. Before we're going to hear the speech from Mr. David Deparodin, I'd like to read the curriculum vitae. Okay, wait. Okay, would you please assign me as a host, please, to share my screen? Okay. Well, my beloved audience here. Okay, first I'd like to read. Yeah, this is the background or okay. Okay, can you hear me? Mr. David, can you hear me?
Yes, sure.
Okay, well, Mr. David Deparodin is the English language specialist with the Institute for Population and Social Research Mahidol University in Bangkok, Thailand, where he teaches academic reading and academic writing for the social sciences for master and doctoral students. He is also the journal manager for the top tier Scopus Index journal. The journal name is Journal of Population and Social Studies. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you are a researcher. You may welcome to submit your paper to international the journal. The journal name is Journal of Population and Social Studies, which has quartile 3 of SGR. And during his tenure, he has acquired several prestigious teaching qualification and certification, along with a bachelor in secondary education with honors and a master of art in teaching with honors, both with concentration in English. He is currently a doctoral candidate pursuing a PhD in applied linguistics for English language teaching at King Mongkut University of Technology, Thonburi, Thailand. And the nationality of Mr. David Deparodin is USA. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are welcoming our speaker, Mr. David Deparodin. Time is available.
All right, my friend. And I, of course, being American, I'm very time conscious. So I'm setting my timer for 28 minutes. So great. You know, thank you for inviting me. Ever since I met you a couple of years ago, you really have blessed my life. So thank you, really, thank you so much. By the way, the journal where I am the manager, we are almost at Q2. We have been working very hard for the past couple of years to make Scopus happy, and we are soon to be awarded quartile 2. So if anyone has any articles that apply to social science, population research, demography, anything such as that, please submit your article to us. Just like any quality journal, we do not have any submission fees. We do not have any publication fees. So submit your article. Okay, great. Let me share my screen. Okay. You know, I have, believe it or not, I speak quite often. Sometimes I have 12 or 15 presentations per month. Today, I have 3 in one day. So after I speak, I will have to leave fairly soon because I have another presentation to talk about international TESOL teaching and learning. So, but I made this presentation as my priority for today. So I would like to talk a little bit about developing a progressive learning environment. Now, this conference covers every topic: strengthening educational leadership, communication, creative thinking, and technology literacy in the digital era. That's everything. I mean, when I put together my presentation, I looked at every one of my prior presentations to see what was the most important aspect. I wanted to see which part of educational leadership, which part of communication, which part of creative thinking, and which part of 21st century literacy, which part was and still is the most important aspect or the most important element to discuss today. So before I really get into this presentation, I want you to know, my Indonesian friends, that Indonesia is my second home. I did my master's thesis in Indonesia. I love the Indonesian people. I love the flora, the fauna. I have traveled all across Indonesia, but I have never been to Bali. Never. As many times, I don't know, 30, 40 times I have been to Indonesia, I have never been to Bali. So what I'm hoping is after the coronavirus restrictions are lifted, I'm hoping someone will invite me to Bali to be a speaker. Hint, hint, invite me to Bali to be a speaker. And to Lombok. Oh, I want to go to Lombok so bad. You know, I'm not a tourist. I have been living in Southeast Asia for a long time. So I just want the food and the companionship and the people. I love to be around Indonesian people. They're just, you guys are so polite. So just letting you know. Now, so when I had to prepare this presentation, it was so easy for me because I have a deep appreciation for Indonesia, its history and its culture. And I know the Indonesian educational setting in secondary school and tertiary especially. So putting together this presentation was comfortable for me. So yeah, this is me. I have been in education for about 20 years now. Yeah, that makes me old, I know. And I just realized this picture was taken 2 years ago and I'm wearing the same shirt today. That's funny. You know, I spend all my time teaching, training teachers. I am a copy editor. I'm an academic author. I am a peer reviewer, and I sit on the editorial board. My friend Mohammed here, he and I, we do a lot of work together. So thumbs up. Love you, my friend. And you know, I have traveled the world doing teacher training and speaking about all these topics that I will address today. So, you know, the world is a big place, and everyone has their own ideas of how things should take place. And sometimes in both developed and developing countries, we get stuck in our mindsets. We think that, well, this is our culture or this is our tradition. And I often hear these responses, this is our culture, to defend things that should be changed. Just because something was done this way 100 years ago, it doesn't mean it needs to continue that way. See, we are all different people. We're different ethnicities, different nationalities, different genders, different orientations. Regardless if we want to accept that or not, the world is a big place. So we have to be open. We have to be open It is time to change our minds and to understand that if you have 250 million people, if you have 250 million people, you have such a huge workforce. If we're talking over 200 million people, that is one of the largest workforces in the world. And it's time to open the minds of the leadership and say, hey, our people need to be prepared to go out in the world and change the world. Okay, how can we change the world? Well, we have to change ourselves first. And just like with most nations, just like with most countries, with most organizations, the leadership is responsible to begin that change. The leadership is responsible to spearhead that change. Now, Sir Ken Robinson passed away a few years ago, and the world of education lost a great leader. And I often use this quote from him. The role of a creative leader is not to have all the ideas. The role of a creative leader is to create a culture where everyone can have ideas and feel that they are valued. You know, in our world, we have so many issues with racism, ageism, with gender persecution, with age persecution, with ethnicities persecution, with persecution of different nationalities. And you know, when a country can come together, and when a country can say, okay, we are predominantly Islamic, but if you are Hindu, if you are Muslim, if you're Christian, we don't care. We want you to feel comfortable. And that's why I gravitate so well towards Indonesia, because Indonesia has such a great diversity of cultures within the main culture of Indonesia. And I can travel anywhere I want in Indonesia and I feel safe. I have been all over the Java area. I have been all over, just name a city outside of Bali, and I have been there. And in 10 years or 12 years, not once have I felt threatened. Not once. I feel more alive and more free when I am around my Indonesian friends. And I know it's because there are great leaders in education. And when leaders in education train the teachers train the students, and then the society benefits. So, you know, I miss avocado juice. Juice avocado. Oh, I miss avocado juice so much. You know, talking about Indonesia food, and I can't wait for this coronavirus to be over. So now, a great leader must create critical awareness. Now, creating critical awareness is easy. Critical awareness is an understanding of social, cultural, political, historical, and ideological aspect of any subject in a given context. You know, I spend a lot of my time in Indonesia preparing university students and teachers to travel abroad. I spend a lot of time helping prepare people who do not have a passport, who have mostly never traveled away from their island, to travel abroad. And you know, I was surprised at how some of the teachers, they said, well, I need to eat rice. What happens if I travel to, example, what happens if I travel to the UK and there's no rice? I said, look, You are UNDIK. You are UNDESO. You have never been outside of your area. You are innocent. So I help them understand that you can have rice in just about any country in the world. And when you talk about the UK, for instance, the UK is the largest consumer of rice outside of Asia. So I don't think you will have any problems. But the thing is, these people, they are innocent when they travel outside of Indonesia, and they are afraid. One of the teachers asked me, well, what happens if someone pulls off my hijab? I said, well, if they pull off your hijab, put it back on. But what happens if someone attacks me for this and this? I said, look, in developed countries, I know the news is ugly sometimes, but the news is over-centralized. And some news stations, they try to promote their own narrative. But the truth is, when you go to a civilized country, people accept you for who you are. It doesn't matter. So I try to help create critical awareness of current social conditions, cultural conditions, current political conditions, and so on. And when leaders help create this globalized critical awareness in their teachers and in their students and in their society, you create an awareness in the minds of the people that will help them become better global citizens and more productive global citizens in a global economy. See, and strong leadership and planning. Effective educational leaders, they really must have clear roles and responsibilities, and these leaders must develop these plans to help their institutions, their teachers, and their students. Look, let me tell you something that I like. I really like to hear this. I strongly believe, regardless of the culture, I strongly believe that the leader of that university, the leader of that high school, I strongly believe that those leaders should walk around the facilities. I strongly believe that. Look, as a university lecturer, if my dean or if my director or if the president of the university walks by my classroom and they knock on the door, tock, 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 they say, oh, David, could we observe your class for a moment? I am so flattered. I appreciate that. See, I believe that the leadership wants to observe my class for two reasons. Number one, they want to see the things that I am doing well, so they can share what I'm doing well with other teachers. And if they see something that I could do better, they will address that. See, educational leaders, they must provide positive encouragement to their staff. Hello, teacher, lecturer, docent, Ajahn, you do so well in this. Would you mind if we would share this? And I saw you were doing this. Have you ever considered doing this? See, an educational leader has to find what we do right. If they always find what we do wrong, then they do not have the future of the institution at heart. They're just negative leaders. And we know no one likes a boss. No one likes a negative boss. No one likes a negative leader. So I want to encourage you to be a strong leader, to go above and beyond for your staff, your institution, and your students. Next, effective, well-supported educators. You know, today, I really like this conference because this conference is focusing on the aspects that education needs. It is focusing on the leadership, the education, the students, the pedagogy, the curriculum, and so on. And you know, this right here, the speakers today are going to share are going to share very important topics with you as leaders and as teachers and as students. See, effective, well-supported educators, educational leaders, you need to support your teachers. You need to recruit the best teachers. You need to build your teachers. You need to encourage your teachers. Because if your teachers go into the classroom and they feel like they are wanted, they feel like they are needed, then they will be the best high quality educators that will produce high quality students. You know, look, I have visited, I don't know, dozens of universities in Indonesia and hundreds of universities around the world. And I like educators, I like teachers who are open, who tell the students, look, if I say something, and if you have a different opinion that is supported by evidence, if your opinion is supported by evidence, I want you to debate. I want you to discuss. I hate teachers who say, listen to me, shut up, sit down, I am right. If you disagree with me, then I will correct you. Come on, what kind of teacher is that? And I really hate leaders who do that. Educational leaders who never walk around their school, never walk around their universities. The only rapport they have with their teachers is to degrade them or tell them when they do wrong. Oh my goodness, those leaders need to be removed. See, we need positive leaders. We need leaders who will support their teachers, and we need leaders who will help the teachers support the students. You know, I have been in so many classes that when I travel to some countries, I tell the students, I say, okay, listen, I am going to introduce myself a little bit. I will tell you my name. That's it. I want you to ask questions. And I see in some universities, students say, do you like the local food? Have you ever been here before? But in some of the universities in Indonesia, my goodness, the students, what is your 5-year career plan? Have you practiced good investing practices? And you know, I never have students ask those questions. But in some universities in Indonesia, the students ask the most beautiful questions. And I know they are able to think critically because of their teachers. And if the teachers are critical thinkers, and if the teachers are helping the students learn how to debate, I know that comes from the leadership. See, they need high quality curriculum. You know, we're talking about globally aligned curriculum. Okay, I understand curriculum should address local cultures. I'm not taking away from that. Okay, please. But what I'm saying is that you have to expose your students to the world. There are different people, different skin colors, different ethnicities, different genders, different sexual orientations. It doesn't matter whether we think these things are right or wrong. They are out there. And people are different. People are not right or wrong. Just because we have a particular religion we believe in, or a particular God we believe in, or we believe anything about anything, we're not right or wrong. We are just different. And when curriculum addresses these issues as being different, then our students can exist outside of their local culture, and they can become progressive global citizens. And the curriculum must be able to engage the students and must be able to challenge the students to question everything. We do not want to raise a generation of people who just blindly obey. We want to raise a generation of young people who question everything and search for answers, and who are innovative and who are creative. It's better to have a generation of people who can go out and conquer the world for the betterment of the world than to have a bunch of mindless drones. Again, conquer the world for the betterment of the world. Become wealthy to support our society. Become leaders to give people jobs. Transnational instruction. You know, a part of this conference is about 21st century literacies. 21st century literacies are future forward learning. It's very important because so many times, our curriculum in developing countries is from World War II. We are still teaching the same way we were teaching in the 1940s. We're still using grammar translation, rote learning, rote memorization. Oh my goodness. And these techniques did not work then and they do not work now. And we teach these ways because this is the way that we were taught. So if our pedagogies are 40 years old, I think it's time for us to invest into newer pedagogies. And this conference today is, well, for the next 2 days is so important because it focuses on innovative, creative technologies and pedagogies for the betterment of society. And these betterments, these innovations, and these creative mindsets come from future forward tertiary college, university institutions. You know, look, primary and secondary schools, we know the teachers are so bogged down in documentation and a bunch of useless and wasteless bureaucracy nonsense. So preparing the learners for the future often falls on the tertiary institutions. Can you imagine going through a university and knowing that student will have to graduate and for the next 50 years, function on what we taught them? 50 years. Whatever we teach them has to be good for 50 years. And that's where 21st century skills come in. The foundational literacies, the competencies, the character qualities. This is so important because most of our students will not have an opportunity to go back to school for further training or further education. So we must institute and instill the foundation for lifelong learning. 21st century skills, 21st century literacies are so important. See, and we do that by creating a progressive learning environment, a learning environment where the teacher is not afraid of technology, where the teacher encourages using technology in the classroom, where new pedagogies, which have been shown to work rather well, where these new pedagogies are incorporated into the classrooms. You know, I am a language teacher and I am a teacher trainer and I teach educational leadership and so on. I do research into foreign language anxiety. I do research into so many different aspects of education. And I know a progressive learning environment that encourages the students to think outside of their box, to help them with common thinking, critical thinking, innovative thinking is so important. See, if our students, if we can help them with one small idea, just one small inkling of an idea, that piece of an idea with progressive education grows into a bigger idea, and then a much bigger idea. And then finally, that idea comes to life. And that idea, that innovation, that creation changes society. It benefits society. And it's all because we as teachers encouraged that student and we created a positive learning environment. So before I go, I would like to leave one quote with you. Do not limit a child to your own learning, for he was born in a different time. Generation Z learns different from Generation X and Y. We need to understand that. We as educators, we must understand that students learn differently. They will pay attention for several minutes. And teachers who stand up and talk for 3 hours, you are destroying your students. Use multimodal education, multimedia education, use technology. Let your students create, let them develop, allow them to grow and encourage them to grow regardless of their gender, regardless of their social status, regardless of their religious preference, regardless of their ethnicity, of their nationality. Help them grow. Let them know that they are free to think and to believe and to create. And that will make you an exceptional educator. So this is my time. Like I said, 28 minutes on the dot. If anyone would like to invite me to Bali, please contact me on Facebook. If anyone would like to do any collaborative research, anything about education or language education management, anything about that, please feel free to contact me on Facebook Messenger. Any comments or questions that I cannot answer here, I will gladly answer them privately. So, okay. Do we have any questions or comments?
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. David Porodian. Give applause, please. Okay. Well, thank you so much. You said many things, Mr. David. Okay, I got don't limit a child to your own learning, for he was born in another time. Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Well, my audience. Okay, will you say what you say, Mr. David?
Okay, I received a private message from Leffi, L-E-F-F-I.
Yes,
yes.
Leffi is also my student in Bengkulu University.
Oh, well, hey,
okay, he is here right now.
Yes, well, hey, Leffi, I just sent something to Leffi. Leffi is doing a dissertation about non-native English teachers.
Yes, absolutely, Prof.
Oh, Leffi.
Hello, professors. Nice to meet you. My lecturers, Pak Kristiawan, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
May I?
Yes, no problem.
Okay, thank you, sir. Professor, how are you? This is the third time meeting you in the screen.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Leffi.
When we talk about, yes, sir.
My PhD research is about privilege and marginalization of all teachers. Okay,
Wow.
I created a term, extra local teachers.
I read that slide, sir. Homogeneous group, right?
Yes.
I read it.
Oh, yes. Hey, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You mentioned about native and non-native teachers to be in a one group of homogeneous, right?
Yes.
I know that.
I hate the term. I'm sorry, but I hate non-native speaker and native speaker. Look,
okay.
I'm white, I'm American, you are tan and you are Indonesian. Why am I better than you? I am not better than you. If you are qualified, if you are experienced, and if you have language proficiency to teach the language, we are the same, my friend.
And I noted the message, actually.
Okay.
Don't judge people. My question, sir, I'm not
Yes.
coming to my questions.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Leffi. Candidate.
Question.
Sorry.
Yes, my question.
Okay, I'd
Can
like
I?
to give you an information related to our keynote speaker. Yeah, this is important for us. Yeah, this is Mr. David Porodian. This is a journal of Mr. David Porodian, the Journal of let's
Population and Social Studies.
Journal of Population and Social Studies. This journal is belongs to Mahidol University in Thailand, and Mr. David here belongs to This one is editorial team. He is
The journal manager. Yeah.
David Eprodin. And right now the journal is in Scopus. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Scopus, which is in quartile 3. Yeah, this one
But
is SGR.
yeah, but like I said earlier,
Okay.
next
And then, okay.
we are soon to move into quartile 2.
Okay,
Oh, wow.
and in Scopus, the journal is still present. So everyone here, the researcher and also student of doctoral degree, you may also submit your paper here. Welcome the paper to Journal of Population and Social Studies. Okay, before I going to next session, I'd like to invite the student, the participant here to give a question. Because we have other session, but Miss Tamalolisvi is not here yet. Maybe the time is different. Okay, before we're going, okay, any questions so far?
Chris, I'm not delivering my questions yet, please.
Okay, later. Okay, from other university. Okay, I see here from India. I see here Miss, okay, Associate Professor of India. Hello, are you with me?
Permisi Bu, untuk kelas 3A di mana ya?
3A di pojok atas Pak ya.
Pojok atas.
Ya.
Untuk kelas 6B?
Okay. Associate Professor of Sumar, are you here? Okay. Okay, maybe other participant in UNDIKSHA. Anyone here will give a question? Okay, Sharon. Okay, before the audience in the Zoom, I'd like to invite our student, Sharon Dwi Octaria, to have a question. Time is available. Okay, Miss Sharon, you may use the microphone.
Halo, Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi teman-teman.
You
I
sing
have
English,
question.
okay.
I have question for Mr. David. The pandemic makes a progressive learning environment, including communication between educator and students. These situations make educator have to be creative in communicating when learning online. But this difficult situation is not only a problem for educator, but also a problem for parents in home to teach their children. So how to communicate it and our strategies as educators to support parents to provide creative learning and a good communications. Parents become good education leader at home for children in this digital era and in these situations, pandemic. Thank you.
Can you catch the point, Mr. David?
Yeah, sure. Okay, very good. Very good question.
Okay.
You know, first of all, the pandemic should have shown the parents how hard teachers really work. You know, parents have always just given up their responsibility to the teachers and made everything the teacher's responsibility. So now the pandemic is causing the parents to have to really step up. And the teachers can help the parents by providing the parents with material. Provide the parents with some very simple instructional material to help them teach their students. There is so much available online, just very, very simple teaching techniques to help the parents. The Homeschooling Association has so much advice for parents. So my suggestion is you should give your parents maybe a one-page infographic or just a one-page outline of what they can do to help their students, because most parents, they have no idea what to do. So try to make a simple outline, a simple one-page guide, something to help the parents. And that's it. That's what most education systems do. They just give a simple guide to the parents, and the teachers try to be in communication with the parents as much as possible. So if you can, try to have a WhatsApp group or a social media group with the parents of your classes if possible, and share information with the parents directly. They would appreciate that. So one-on-one communication is very important, and offer your parents some sort of brief instructions or an infographic on how to help their students. So I hope I answered your question, because that's what most people do around the world. So, okay, next questions.
Okay. Thank you so much for Mr. Adi Hidayat. Okay, time is available for you.
Thank you for the chance for me to ask questions. I have maybe a simple questions about effective teachers. So maybe I'm not an effective teacher right now, but I will be one maybe one day. The problem is not many teachers wants to be an effective teachers, so they just teach just teaching like that. So my question is, what do you think the most effective way to influence other teachers to be an effective teachers, so that the teaching and learning process will be an effective and also efficient? Thank you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. What is your first name again?
My name is Ade. You can call me Ade.
Ade, spell it for me, please.
ADE, but you
oh, Ade. Okay.
Ade.
Okay, Ade. Okay. You know, Ade, your question is perfect. And you know, your question is so simple, but yet so profound. Most, you know, if I was there, I would give you a high five, because you said most teachers, they just want to teach. Well, what happens is when you become a government official, when you become a government teacher, you have tenure. You just can't be fired, right? So most teachers, they just give up. They just hang on until they're 60 years old. They teach the curriculum and then they just leave. And they think that they're so great. But an effective teacher, just like what you said, an effective teacher is one who continually develops themselves. An effective teacher is one who respects others. You know, I have been into English programs at universities or English departments. And you know, the head of the department smokes in the department. And he knows, or that is against university regulations, but he doesn't care about his staff. He just smokes and people can't breathe. He doesn't care. That is an ineffective leader. And teachers do the same things. Teachers believe that they can do whatever they want in their classrooms because they do not believe the students are important, or they believe they are gods of the university and gods of the classroom. So if you want to be an effective teacher, you need to see yourself as equal to your students, as equal to your staff. You need to see that you need to develop yourself because you are the icon, you are the role model. And Adam, if you see yourself as an icon, as a role model, then you would want to be the greatest superhero in the world. You want to be someone that your students can look up to. And you do that by opening your mind and developing yourself and appreciating your students. When your students have questions and you do not have answers, it is okay to say, wow, that is a good question. I'm not sure. Let me get the answer and I will get back with you. So Adam, open your heart, open your mind, believe in your students and humble yourself. So an effective teacher is a humble teacher. An effective leader is a humble leader. So your question is great. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for the nice answer. Anyone in the Zoom will have a question before we're going to the next session, because our next speaker, Miss Bantita Intamano from Thailand, will also give a speech. Anyone from UNDIKSHA or other university? I see here from Gorontalo University, and then from Jakarta University. Okay, I see here Untirta, Laili Nuria. Okay, Laili Nuria, okay, time is available for you to have a question. From Untirta, University Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, Banten. Okay.
Thank you so much for the time. Actually, I just want to ask to Mr. David, how we as a teacher want to make an effective teaching learning process to encourage or to arouse the critical thinking our students. How we can create a good atmosphere in our class to make the student and the teaching learning process run smoothly. I think just that, the question. Thank you, Mr. David. Thank you.
Wow, beautiful question. Just real quick. Hey, Leffy.
Lely.
No. Leffy, I sent a friend request on Facebook. So Leffy, we need to contact via Facebook Messenger because your question requires a rather lengthy answer. So okay, Lely. Let me tell you something very simple. An effective teacher to create critical thinking in our students, we need to say yes. Remember the word yes. See, when my students say, oh, professor, lecturer, teacher, can I research this topic for my project-based research? I say yes. Can I research this? Yes. You know, if we confine our students to our beliefs or what things that we are afraid to explore, if we confine our students, we will never allow them to be free. So I don't care what my students want to research. I don't care what they want to talk about. I let them research and discuss anything they want, because I know my students will not be offensive. Like in Thailand, if you discuss the royal family, you go to prison. So we don't talk about the royal family. That's easy. But anything else that is not, you know, that would not endanger them, I don't care. They can talk about anything. That is an effective teacher. Say yes. Allow your students to be creative. Just say yes, 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 yes. So, yeah. Okay.
Okay, very nice. Okay, nice answer. Ma'am Leffy, will you have a question, or the question is similar with Miss Laili from Tirtayasa?
No, unfortunately not, but very nice of you to have me chance. Can I?
Okay,
still?
okay.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Professor David, I'm so sorry. I forgot to ask you a question, sir, directly. It's related to non-native and native English teachers. Sorry, I used that term again.
Yeah,
now,
that's okay.
Yes, in Indonesia, we often see there's a lot of teacher development program, professional development program, I mean. Like I've written on your direct chat. So regarding to the content of another term called professionalism, which the content is about belief, commitment, attitude, behavior, like we have mentioned a lot of examples just now. So do you think that we as non-native English teachers should also follow a professionalism teacher development? Sir, it's quite a very humble professor, but not a doctor. I don't know. Please, professor.
Please, I really hope you contact me via Facebook Messenger because
I promise I will.
Because I think you and I will become great friends. I love your attitude. Yeah. Okay. Look, professionalism is everywhere. Now, let me clarify this. Professionalism in different educational cultures means different things. Okay. Like in Thailand, for instance, professionalism means speaking in a very soft monotone voice. Do not smile, do not laugh. When you take photos, your face has to be, that's professionalism. Teachers cannot wear lipstick, teachers cannot wear nail polish. I mean, all these things, but that's because certain people, especially men, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. A patriarchal society controls women so women can know that they are substandard citizens, right? That they are second class. And in a patriarchal society, professionalism for men and for women, it's often different. So, but professionalism for teachers, it should be common sense stuff. Whatever subject you teach, be the best that you can be. Like, I am assuming you must be an English teacher because your English pronunciation is very good. I would say you are at a C1 level without a problem.
Wow.
I would.
Honest there.
No, I'm serious. I believe you would be 7.5 or even 8 band IELTS.
7 actually.
7? Oh,
yeah.
Well, so and you see now the point is, if you teach English, you should be at a 7.5 or an 8, because professionalism comes with developing yourself in your subject. And English is a language, so guess what? You have to use the language to teach the language. If you only speak Bahasa Indonesia in your English class, you are not a professional teacher. You are someone who should not be teaching English. If you only speak Bahasa Indonesia, then you have to change. So professionalism means developing yourself, becoming the best that you can be. And do not allow a patriarchal society to control you. Everyone should become professional at the same way. So men, don't wear lipstick. Women,
Agree, Prof. Thank
joking,
you very much,
joking.
Professor. I promise to contact you soon.
Okay. Thank you so much, Levi. Thank you so much, Mr. David. Okay, anyone? I think time is not far, then the time is limited, Mr. David Deperodin. So thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much
my
for
friend.
your nice presentation. Okay. And I miss you so much, my best partners. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, I see here, Mr. David. I see here our professor also, Professor Gunnar Hadi from Surakarta State University. Hello, Prof. Gunnar Hadi. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm late.
Okay, nice to meet you. And I see also here, Ma'am Novianti Jafri from Gorontalo State University. Are you with me, Ma'am? Professor Novianti Jafri? Okay. Okay, here. Okay, hi, mom. Hello.
Hi.
Okay, nice to meet you. This is also our professor
Thank
in
you.
PPSDP. Okay, I see also here Dr. Arif Rohman from Yogyakarta State University. Are you here, our professor Arif Rohman? Hello. Okay. Hello. Okay, well,
Excuse me,
we
Mr.
are going
Muhammad.
to the
May
next
I have
session, Mr.
question for
David
David?
Deparadin. We will, okay, Mr. Intel.
Yes, I
Okay,
am
okay,
Intan
okay.
Baraniti
I
from
give you
UNDIKSHA.
one, but the time is limited, Miss Inten. We should move the another meeting, the another session. Maybe next you may have a question or chat box. Mr. David will also explain. Miss Intan Paraniti, yeah.
All right, thank
Okay,
you.
okay. I will share the next keynote speaker. Yeah, this the curriculum vitae. Hello, Miss Bantita Intamano. Hi. Hello. Hello, Miss Bantita. Are you with me? Okay, hi. Nice, beautiful Bantita Intamano. Let me read the curriculum vitae of Miss Bantita. Bantita Intamano, the educational background is Thammasat University in 2019, and then 2008 institution Ramangkang University, and in 2012 Samalkom University, and 2011 Guangxi University for nationalities China, yeah. And then the professional skill of our keynote speaker right now, Miss Bantita Intamano, is excellence level of English proficiency, intermediate level in listening and speaking Chinese. Wow, great. And then she also have a computer skill, typing competency, and so on. And the experience, she is right now as a lecturer at Thammasat University of Thailand, Bangkok University, Thailand, and Payapi Wat University of Thailand. And she also Vice President Public Relations of PIM Toastmaster Club, English teacher and tutor. Okay, and she is also a lecturer at Bangkok University and Payapat University, English teacher at House of Grievin. Okay, and English teacher at Ban Hansa Play and Learn School, tour guide at Triaka Cultural Academic Travel Services, FIFA Futsal Thailand 2012, and public relation in Ramangking Advan University International School. This is many of professional journey, the journey of Miss Bantita, many honors and award from 2005 until 2020. I will share everything related to our keynote speaker of Bantita Intamano. Okay, welcome Miss Bantita Intamano. Okay, I give you time 30 to speak. Time is available.
Okay, thank you and good morning. So as I'm from Thailand, I would like to greet you by, I think Mr. Professor David would know how to greet in Thailand, right? So, สวัสดีค่ะ yeah. So for Thai, for men, they will say สวัสดีครับ. And then for female, we say สวัสดีค่ะ with the palm together. And then that we call why. So that's why I would like to greet you guys with my Thai culture. I enjoy listening to your speech today. I learned a lot too. So could you please allow me to share?
Okay, host please, host aside Miss Bantita as co-host to share screen.
Okay. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about how to engage students in digital era. Since we have to teach online most of the time, I think all the time right now, and this is how I teach. Sometimes I use Zoom or Google Classroom, and also I live on my Facebook page. And then, okay, I would like to show you this picture first. Okay. For you, if you compare two of this picture, which one are you interested in? Text only or text with picture? And then which one do you think will engage students better?
With picture.
Yeah. And then which one do you think will help students remember new vocabulary easier?
Of course, with the picture.
Thank you. So according to John Medina, a developmental molecular biologist, he explained that based on research into the picture superiority effect, when we read text alone, we are likely to remember only 10% of the information 3 days later here. So if that information is presented to us as text combined with a relevant image, we're likely to remember 65% of the information 3 days later. That's why if you include pictures that relevant with the text or information you are teaching them, it would be easier for them to remember. For example, if I'm going to teach them one vocabulary, it might be new or maybe a bit difficult for them before I teach the lesson. I would put the picture. Do you know this one, this person? He used to be famous last year, I think. Have anyone watched his movie? Joker, right? He, I think if you watch it, you will know he has mental problem. So I relate this picture with this vocabulary, mental disorders. When the student think about, when the student learn this one, I show them this picture, I might ask them like, okay, what do you think about this picture, this guy? He's a joker, but he looks stressed. And if you watch the movie, for sure, you know exactly what his personality. He has depression problem, he stressed, and later on he has like mental problem. So if you relate picture with the vocabulary or the text that we're going to teach them, it will be more interesting. And also you can engage them, gain their attention. Then you can ask them to guess the meaning from the picture as a game. So compare these two pictures. Which one would you gain your student attention if you teach them and you put only text like this? Which one would make you feel sleepy and may lead you to take a nap while studying? Especially is this time when they learn from computer through their Zoom or live. If they see this, sometimes they might just take a nap on the table. So that's why I create this one. It would be bigger for them. And another thing that I concerned about teaching online is that, you know, the student, they have different devices for their study. I used to see the picture with the student who study from their phone, and which is quite small for them. And if you use only text like this, it would be very difficult for them to read or see. That's why student may have used a student who use computer or laptop would be easier for them to see. Some of them use tablet, some of them share tablet, and some or many of them might use phone, which you can see this is quite small. And that's why we need to put our 7-issue some time to think what would be the best for them. So another thing that I would like to share is about relationship between teacher and students. In Thailand, yeah, I think most of our students are shy and afraid to ask a question to the teacher. They might want to ask something, but they keep it in themselves because they're afraid to make a mistake, or sometimes they feel shy that they might look funny to ask a question. So I create the friendly and relaxed atmosphere. I always tell them to ask a question and don't, if they need more explanation. And if I ask them a question, I tell them that not to be afraid to make a mistake or give me a wrong answer. It might be right, it might be wrong. You can learn from that. That's another thing that I would like to, today, the growth mindset is something that I would like them to have for their future, because they can learn that failure is an opportunity to grow. Many of the students thought that they might not have ability to speak English. They thought that they're not good at something and they cannot overcome it. So that's why I try to encourage them to have growth mindset. Don't be afraid to ask a question or answer. And then when you learn in the class, so when you make a mistake in the class, you learn from it. After that, when you do the exam, you will do it better. And then they also not afraid to ask me a question because they feel like I'm friendly. So today for my speech, I think in a nutshell, picture with text would gain their attention. Interesting materials, you can use picture or even some part of a movie to gain their attention first. And then friendly and relaxing atmosphere and growth mindset. So that would help them to grow. Even they will learn by themselves later. They would learn to make a mistake, because successful people, no one ever success without fail. So thank you for listening. If you have any question, please feel free to ask.
Finish. Okay, thank you so much, Miss Bantita Intamano. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, any questions so far to our keynote speaker, Miss Bantita Intamano, related to digital era? Okay, this one, Astri Wulandari, raise hand. Okay, Miss Astri Wulandari, where are you from, Miss Astri Wulandari?
I'm from Untirta, Banten Province, Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, yes.
Clear enough, yeah.
Hi.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's so interesting presentations, and I just want to ask you about the student learning process. Yeah, actually, I'm a teacher in a junior high school, and I have a problem with them when I teach them. Actually, I usually use the picture when I teach them, but some of them still don't understand the material. It's hard for me to convey it, and actually, we have different situation in there. Maybe the situations just like the facilities, and also the students' ability to understand, and how actually the best process when I give them the material using the picture, and also how to motivate them to interested to our material. Because as I know that when I give them the task using the digital like just a Google Classroom, they don't did it. they didn't did it. They didn't do it. And then always just obey it, and I also push them, just do it, because this is your progress to learn. Okay, so how to motivate them in order to they interest to our material using the picture or anything else? It's just my question.
Yeah, I use a picture to gain their attention, but most of the time I talk to them and ask them questions. Hi.
Okay. Yeah. Hello, Miss Astri.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, later. Okay. Miss Astri, before Astri, okay, before Intan Paranita, I'd like to give a chance for you to give a question. Okay,
Okay.
stop. Okay, Astri. Yours.
Yeah, I think most of the time I ask the question to them to get them like, sometimes they don't understand the picture, right? But then we can ask them to think about it and then answer us. So we gain their attention. Sometimes they might say something that not relevant. And I used to live when I teach, when I ask them to fill the feedback for me. They said they feel
Spotlight, please. Okay.
Oh, sorry. So most of the time, I not only the picture that I use, but then I try to simplify my teaching because some student level they have mixed ability, so it's different. Some of them might be good and they understand exactly what we ask them to do. Some of them might not. So I try to simplify as much as I can. For example, if I want to teach them, like if it's very difficult because it's different with Thai language with the now, why do we need to add S or ES in there? And then I put the picture of two cats. Like just use the easiest picture and show them so they understand easier. And after that, I ask them to practice with me. So they will always be with me. But sometimes you can't, I think we cannot gain all of their attention. It's easier for the classroom, but real classroom. And yeah, I encourage them by telling them why do they need to study English. It's not only like so far for their future, for their job, sometimes depends on their level. But then for them to enjoy, I think pronunciation is fun for them. Sometimes I read aloud and I tell them to turn on the microphone and then repeat after me. I think they enjoy that as well, and they're always with me. And when they say something like, if I tell them to pronounce fixed mindset and they say fixed mindset, no, fixed. You say, can you hear? So they enjoy doing that with me. That I try to make it fun and not too serious or not too academic sometimes. But then when I'm going to teach them about the exam, I will tell them like, I would like you guys to have a good score. So please just do the exercise, and then if you understand this, you will be able to use this for the rest of your life. English is just that. And then in the future, if they like grow enough or they in university level, I will tell them, encourage them by saying that if you have English proficiency, when you apply for a job compared to another person, so if you have resume for two candidates, this one has marketing, this one also hold a degree of marketing. But if you can speak English, which one do you think they prefer? So they can see clearer picture. It depends on your students' level as well, which will interest them, which will make them enjoy something like that. I think that would be helpful.
Okay, nice answer. Can you catch up the point, Miss Astri Wulandari? Clear?
Okay, I see this. It's so interesting presentation.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
interesting. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, the speaker is very good. Okay, next, Miss Intan Paraniti. Will you have a question?
Hi.
Yes, for
Okay,
sure.
time is available for, this is from UNDIKSHA, University Pendidikan Ganesha in Bali. Okay, the last
Yeah.
from Tirta, Banten. Okay, time is available for you, Miss Intan Paraniti.
Thank you, Mr. Kristiawan. And good morning to Miss Bantita.
Good morning.
I am Intan Paraniti from UNDIKSHA. I am science lecturer. I want to know your point of view in this online learning, because as we know, the process of transitioning face-to-face learning to online learning requires rapid adjustment by teachers and also the students in the learning process. So if we are not ready, especially provide the internet connection and also the a laptop or something that we need to do the online learning, maybe it could lead to the learning loss. So maybe in your country, what is the difficulties in doing online learning? And in your point of view, is there something missing in doing online learning? And could you please give some tips for us to drive the successfully online learning? Thank you, Miss.
Thank you for your question. For in Thailand, as I show you the picture of the students that use different devices, right? So I'm going to be honest that at first I did not think that how can they see through their like small phone. And then one day I think I scrolled down through Facebook and I saw that phone and I saw them lying down on the floor, and then I think just I don't know where the picture from, but then it's so small. And how can you engage the student with the so that's why I try to use picture or simplify the text and ask them more question. I'm not really force them to turn on the microphone all the time, but I still ask them to turn on the camera. But then when I have to check their attendance, I will tell them like, okay, you have to be with me and you have to answer me. And if I ask any question, don't be afraid to answer. So they will be enthusiastic, or they know that I'm gonna call them. That's one thing that I try to use. And one thing that I think that's why I use the picture to show, or I create my PowerPoint. I'm not sure which online platform do they use in your country. In Thailand, most of the time would be Zoom, or if I teach on my page would be Facebook. So Facebook, I think for me is more enjoyable because I can ask them to press the button of like or heart. Okay, if you did wrong, can you press laugh? So it's just funny to making a mistake, but then you learn from it and then send me a new one because they can comment in real time, right? So that's one thing that I think will be interesting. We can switch to use different things. Okay, yeah. So for example, for this one, when I live, so this is the feedback from them. Like when I simplify, they said they never understand English before, and then when I used my own, I create my own PowerPoint, and I always think about what will be the difficulty for them. And yeah, that's I think how I use it. And I also ask the feedback from the student every time I live, that do you understand, and which part would you like me to do? Am I speak too fast? You know, sometimes we speak very fast and we didn't know that. That's one difficult thing about, like we never know, so we should ask feedback from them as well. I do the Google form and it's anonymous. They don't have to be afraid if they're gonna write something bad or good, but okay, luckily most of the time, all the time, I got the good one, and yeah, that's why it's helped me. But yeah, I speak fast. That's one thing that I learned, that okay, you can. So when I teach, every time I tell them like, don't be afraid to tell me if I speak too fast or if you don't understand. I'm willing to explain to you guys. And if they cannot see, after I saw that picture that they use their phone, and I feel like that's so small, I tell them to tell me if they cannot see. And sometimes I don't even tell them, I just like expand it for them to see the text easier, because when I write the meaning or translate for them, they might not see. For example, if I gonna show them like this, I think for sure it's easier for us to teach in the classroom because we can see if they understand, we can look at their eyes, right? But then when we teach through this, okay, for example, if I'm going to use this one, they're not gonna see it. That's why I spend my time doing this. So it will be more colorful and they see picture. I might get a little bit of their attention and try to ask them more. And if I feel like they cannot see it, I will expand like that and then write. for them. And yeah, I check their understand most of the time. Like, can you see that? Don't be afraid to tell me if you want me to do anything to help you. Yeah, I think that's my tips.
Very good tips. Okay. Okay, can you catch up the point, Miss Inten Paraniti?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, there is many question, Miss Bantita. The question also here, Ida Bagus Ari raise hand, but before here I see the chat box from many participant, yeah, from Gede Eka Putrawan and also from Agung Suprastasaya Tayasa. But before we're going to answer the question related to this chat box, I'd like to give or invite Mr. Ida Bagus Ari who raised hand to give a question. Okay, for the participant who do not understand English, you may give a question chat box using Indonesia directly to my chat. Okay, time is available for you, Mr. Ida Bagus.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sawadika.
Sawadika.
I had some experience teaching online with Zoom platform. So the problem is the student did not have similar prior knowledge or digital literacy skills. So how to solve this problem? Can you elaborate how to solve this problem when my student didn't have similar level of or prior knowledge in digital literacy skills? Thank you.
If they don't have digital devices
Digital
or
literacy skill.
Listening skill.
In example, how to use how to present the presentation in Zoom maybe, and how to manage their digital article or digital material. Thank you.
Digital material? You mean using the Zoom? Right?
Yeah, my student cannot share the screen in Zoom maybe. Even I share the module, my student still did not understand properly.
I think I will record that to to them how to use Zoom, how to share screen, and show them how to like let me see. Yeah, I think we can record that and show them how to use it. And but I'm not sure about the listening, right? You mean listening skill, right?
Yeah, so my question is how develop student digital literacy? We know the student didn't have same level while receive your lecture or receive the course maybe. So the student didn't have same level of digital literacy.
I record my, for example, if I have limited time and I feel like my student might not catch up, I record myself, or it depends. Sometimes I record myself with my PowerPoint. Sometimes I use only PowerPoint and record and post it online for them. You can post on YouTube, or you can create a Facebook group and then post the video there. So your student can always go to watch it whenever they available, or their internet is getting better. I think that could be helpful. Is that?
Yeah, I also use that method. Yeah, but my student ability didn't rise up.
That might be depends on their ability. Some they have mixed ability, right, in the classroom. So if you can encourage them to answer you in the class would be the best thing, because you will see if they understand or not. Because if we just we post a video, they cannot ask. Or you can post a video first and ask them to watch it before the class, and then later they can ask you the question, or you can ask them the question. You tell them that this is a homework. When we see each other in the classroom, I'm going to ask you some question about this. So they might be, and you will give the score to them. I think the student will be worried about their score most of the time. Or you can encourage them some other thing, or like you will give them a little more break if they can answer your question, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Bandita. There are also many participants raise hand, but before I will read first the question in chat box. The question is from Lampung University. Yeah? Lampung University. You know Lampung? Have you ever visited Indonesia, Miss Bandita?
No, I would
Not
like to. It's
yet.
beautiful.
Okay, Lampung from Bali is so far. Lampung from Bengkulu is so far.
Okay.
From Banten is so far also. Okay, here is Gede Eka Putrawan from University of Lampung. He has a question. Several challenges exist during online teaching. Poor internet connection. It's hard to attract their attention and interest. How do we cope with this situation? Could you catch up my point? Okay.
I think it's similar to Mr. Bagus Ari Jaya question about because I understand when they have difficulty about internet connection. So that's why sometimes or most of the time I would do. You can record while you're teaching, or you can make another video like shorter. Because when you record in your classroom, but it will be more work for you. That's a problem. But because if you record while you're teaching, sometimes you ask some question is not right to the lesson. But if you record only the lesson, you can get to the point and it's not too long for them. And I think I noticed and I read somewhere about the video, it should not be too long, but think about us, like when you need to sit in front of the computer for a long time, sometimes we lost interest. So that I think it would be better not to make it too long, would be short and concise, give them some work and then tell them to, if they cannot answer in the class due to internet connection, you can ask them to, you can do Google Drive, Google Form, the question from Google Form. I'm not sure if you used to do that, but it's not difficult. You create Google Form, you put the question and answer, they can just press the answer and submit. They will see their score later. And you can just tell them that this is a score. They will get the score from this, they would do it. And then you see which part that most of them make a mistake. You can use that to teach them later in next class, like common mistake. We can learn from that. I see, oh, they still confused with present continuous and present simple. So in the next class, I will explain more. Yeah.
Okay. Gede Eka Putrawan is raising hand also. Do you understand what Miss Bantita answered about your question?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Bandita, for your responses to my questions. Can I have another question? For example, I think this is the most challenging.
Okay, 5 minutes for you. 5 minutes for you. Lampung, yeah. Lampung University. Okay.
All right, thank you, Marera, Ms. Bandita. Thank you for your response to my questions. I'm from the University of Lampung. Yeah, one of the most challenging one is the assessment, Ms. Bantita. Could you please, suggest or explain how to assess our students, how to make sure that they really do their own homework by their own, how to make sure that they do not, for example, cheat, when they do not cheat when working on their assignment, because they freely access online resources as well. Please, your responses will be highly appreciated. Thank you, Ms. Badita.
I think that all of our problems right now. Yeah, I think it would be better if we can taste them in our class because they have limited time to do it. But anyway, you know, I'm not only a lecturer in the universities, I'm also the tutor. So I ask my student, like, you know, because we closer, they tell me the truth that they sometimes copy each other. But for me, I will switch, how you call that? The Google, as I said, the Google form, you can shuffle the question. So it's more difficult for them to, if they're going to copy each other, and you have, if you give them limited of time, they can't really just tell which one. In the Google form, I would like to show you, but I don't know, I didn't prepare. Google form, you don't have to put the number of the question. And then you can, as I said, you can choose the shuffle one. They cannot copy each other if you have the time limited. But if you give them time outside the classroom, I think they figure out how to. I think they're smart though. That's how they learn something too. Yeah, or maybe but it would be more work for us. You can ask them to do something like recording themselves.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, the video.
Okay, many questions, Miss Bantita, many questions. Your topic is so interesting. Okay, next question we read here in the chat box. From who? This one, whom? Agung Supratayasa. Agung, are you here? Sorry. Can you see the chat box question, Miss Bantita?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I am Agung Supratayasa from Bali, yeah. Education, Vanessa University. He asks related to the development of technology has been very vast and some teachers cannot catch up with it. Therefore, the online learning cannot what? The online learning cannot, cannot be carried out to get the maximum result. What is your views related to this what case?
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, totally agree with that because I think we learn to. At first, I don't even know how to use Zoom, and when I live on my Facebook page, I was so nervous because I'm not sure will I do something wrong. But then, not only students that have to learn, we also have to learn from it. And Google is everything now. We can ask Google, and yeah, sometimes I ask my friend to help about this, and I learn. YouTube also help us to use these. I think that's the only way that we can, because in our age, I think we don't really use this much of the technology to teach online, but everyone, I think even though, and now you guys can do it too. So that's how we can, just think about one thing, that a room for us to improve, room for improvement for ourselves about this, because I understand how difficult for me too.
Okay. Well, okay, but this answer is good. Could give a nice explanation. Okay, I will invite Wilda. Raise hand, right? Okay, time is available for you, Miss Wilda.
Thank you. Hi, Miss Bantita. How are you today?
I'm good. A bit excited.
Thank you so much. My first question was the same with Miss Intan. So you already answered that. Thank you very much. And I'm going to my second question. My second question is the student at this time is really like to use social media. Are there any stages of learning that you have been doing by combining social media with your material to attract their interest? Thank you.
or apart from pictures, I think movie would be one thing that interesting. Right now, if we know their age, their level, and their interest, I think the most important thing that we can connect to our students is their interest. In Thailand, I think most of them know Korean series. If you can remember, but you don't have to. I mean, if you can talk to them about that, you can gain their attention, and we can use the picture of famous people to relate to your teaching. Or for me, sometimes when I teach even English grammar, do you know Harry Potter?
Yes,
Yeah.
of
So
course.
I change the name in the question to be Harry Potter and Ron, and then I put the picture there. I ask them like, do you know Harry Potter, the magic? Even some of them don't know, but they feel like, oh, but it's not only text, it's nil. And sometimes you can even show them part of the movie, but I'm not sure what are you going to teach at that class. For me, for example, if I'm going to teach speaking, I might choose only some part and then let them listen and repeat. But then if it's too fast, I just use it for them to see the movie, and then I pronounce it and ask them to copy me.
Thank you so much, Miss Bantita.
Okay, thank you for the nice question, and thank you also to Miss Bantita for the nice answer. I give two questions again. For the next, Miss Annie Nur Aisyah,
Yes,
rising
I
hand.
am, Bapak.
Okay,
Yes,
can you open
I
your
am,
camera?
Bapak.
Where are
Okay.
you from, Annie Nur Aisyah?
I'm
Can you
coming
open your
from.
camera?
Okay, sorry. Let me while. Okay, sorry. I'm Annie. Thank you, Bapak. Hello, good morning, Miss Batita. Bantita. Okay. It's really interesting material because just later I'm considering about early childhood education. That how really deeply insights because our role model was take impact by Google. Okay, that's Google is being closely for our child during learning.
Literature.
Yes, and how about your opinion? What must we should to do to get their attention and keep more concentration? And the most important one is how about their nationality? Because they're closely by English, not by Indonesia, maybe that we have in Indonesia. How about in Thailand, maybe? Okay, that's only my question. I hope your best opinion. Thank you.
You mean the nationality? You mean culture, or in the classroom? Are there only Thai or mixed?
Yes, maybe in classroom. We get some of the child most concentration to be asked for Google, then their teacher, and about. Okay, sorry, my English is not good. But
It's
may
good.
you
It's
can to
connection.
understand.
Sometimes I cannot hear well, so that's why I'm asking to make sure if I understand your question.
Yes. Mostly they learning in their house nowadays, especially in Indonesia. Not all students in early childhoods going to school, and it's being losing somehow they to be children faces the day in the classroom, but they most love or like in the home because they have more time to open the handphone. And dislike to going to school. What's is your opinion about this?
That's challenging to to me too. And then the strategy that I'm going to use most of the time is just ask them questions. But then I try not to be too serious, but depends. Sometimes you need to be serious with them. But yeah, I try to be we have some part we need to be friendly and create a relaxed atmosphere for them to not, as I said, not to be afraid to talk to us. And if they have any question, I don't know, maybe we can ask them to do something fun. Or I think for me, when I teach a lot of grammar or in the textbook, I just ask them to turn on the microphone, and I said, and then repeat after me. Or sometimes I ask one or two of them to speak or read aloud, or if it's conversation, you can be A, you can be B, and then you can do the conversation. And don't have you. I don't want them to be afraid to speak mispronounce something like that. So I tell them, like, don't be afraid. If you're gonna make a mistake, I will correct you later. Just try to read. And if you cannot read or pronounce any word, I'm gonna help you. But then try to call their name. And you just say, like, oh, I'm going to ask some of you about this, so they will know. And at my first class, some of the students thought that teacher might not gonna know I'm here or not. But yeah, sometimes I will put them in breakout rooms. Sometimes, and if they still in the main session here, I will ask them in live group or where I contact them. Okay, where are you? Are you there? Okay, do you have a problem to go to breakout room or not? If not, if you're not here, I'm not gonna check your attendance, something like that. You have to be friendly, but you also have to be strict for some reason. For me, I do that, and then just know they know exactly that I might call them anytime. I'm not just gonna teach. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, good. The last question. Thank you, Annie. Annie, where are you from, Miss Annie?
I'm coming from Jogja University.
Okay, Yogyakarta University. The information, Miss Bandita and Mr. David, here many universities from Indonesia. Mataram, Lampung, Yogyakarta, Tirtayasa, Bengkulu, and Bali, and so on. Yeah, Palembang are here. Okay, and the last question for Miss Bandita Intamano. The question is in chat box from Hikmawati. Yeah? Hikmawati is a student maybe from UNDIKSHA, Ganesha Education University. The question is about, is there any effect of using pictures or illustration based on local wisdom or picture that are close to student compared to picture or illustration? Can you see the question, Miss Bandita? That we take randomly from the internet.
Oh, we take randomly from the internet. I think if we use for educational purpose, I think that's okay. I use the picture, but only relevant to my topic. Or sometimes, as I said, if I want to gain their attention, I just put the picture and ask them about, well, have you watched this movie before? Or do you know this? Or even sometimes, when I live, I have this doll with me. Like, I speak fast, right? I would like to speak slower, like sloth, because they do something. Anything that instructional media would be helpful. The picture, I don't think, for me, I don't have problems so far, but just relevant with what we're going to teach would be beneficial for them. And as in my speech today, that they said, if you put the picture with the text, people will remember like 65% 3 days later. Most of the time we forget it, like maybe immediately. After class, they just forget.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the nice answer. Thank you so much, Miss Bandita Intamano. Give applause, please, for Miss Bandita Intamano. Excellent presentation. Okay, I see here Professor Dr. Ahmad Fauzan from Padang State University. Yeah? Many of State Padang University come also in this Zoom. Yeah? Mr. David, will you say something before I give a session for the next Professor Atul Kumar? Will you say something, Mr. David?
Oh, you know, I want to say that I have been in Thailand for a very, very long time. And I am so pleased to see younger teachers like you go forward and share the pedagogies that are needed in Thailand to develop the students. I love to see teachers who congratulate the students for success instead of always telling them what they do wrong. What you just said, that when a student does something that is, when a student makes a mistake, you address it later when the student is less anxious. You and I, we need to do more work on foreign language anxiety. I do a lot of research, so I hope we connect after, because you are my role model of a young teacher in Thailand. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David. Nice. Okay, Mr. David, and now you know Miss Bantita Intamano, yeah? Okay, nice. Thank you so much, you are. Okay, and then we are going to invite our next keynote speaker. Actually, our keynote speaker all are here. Poliseni Konstantinopoulou, and also Atul Kumar, Professor Atul Kumar are here, and also Tamar Lolis Philip also here. And before we are going to invite them, I will invite firstly to our Professor Dr. Atul Kumar. He is from India. Okay, time is available from for you, Mr. Atul Kumar.
Good morning, friends. Good morning from India.
Morning.
It's I think it's afternoon in Indonesia. So as well as namaste from India. I'm euphoric to be part of this international seminar. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers from University of Ganesha, Indonesia, for organizing this international seminar on a very relevant theme. Second, I would like to thank organizers, especially my friend Professor Mohammad Krishtavan, for giving me an opportunity to present my thoughts at this forum. So today I'm gonna talk about the changing dynamics of management education. And I hope that Professor Krishtavan has my profile. So basically I'm a management professor in one of the B school called Dr. Deva Patil Business School in India. And I have been in teaching and education since 2008. I have completed my doctorate in management, PhD in management, MBA long back. I'm a regular contributor for the different roles at university level. I have worked as a local selection committee member, paper setter, examiners, and even I'm continuously contributing for the syllabus designing committee. I'm a chairman for BOS dissertation, and I have also worked. I'm currently working as an academic advisor for two different organizations. Those are EdTech, and both are in India. I'm an editor and editorial board member of some reputed journals around the globe. I have also professional memberships in academic bodies, especially All India Management Association, International Economics Development Research Center, Hong Kong, Management Teachers Consortium, Management Education and Research Consortium, Global World Leadership Academy, and even Bangladesh Startup Club, Center for Education, Growth and Research, and many more. So far, I have written 8 books in management, especially Marketing 4.0, Marketing Strategy, Pressing Change and Transformation, Broke Through Innovations and Creativity, one textbook on nano computing, a book on e-governance, retailing strategies, agro-tourism management, retail management, strategic management for today's businesses around the globe. And my key area or interest areas are basically retail management, marketing management, and analytics as well. So thank you, Professor Christuan.
Will you share screen by on yourself, or
I will share my screen.
Okay, make a host please for Mr. Atul Kumar.
Yeah, currently our host has disabled me to share my screen.
Okay, yeah. Have okay.
Okay, now I can share. Please let me know if my screen is visible to you.
Yes, visible. Okay, very good. Clear.
Okay, great. Just give me a second. Is it visible now?
Yes, visible, very clear. Go ahead.
Okay, just give me a second. Okay. So I'm going to talk about changing dynamics of management education. Professor, if you would not mind, can you share the PPT? Actually, I'm getting some technical glitches. I'm not able to move the screen to this. If you can share, it would be great.
Okay, let me. Okay.
Yeah, please, Professor.
Let me try. Okay.
There are hardly some pictures, nothing else. I will stop. Yeah, I will stop sharing, please.
Okay, later. The PowerPoint is too big, yeah, 2 megabyte. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. I can later.
Okay. And it was really nice to listening to Professor David and Professor Bantita. It was really nice and wonderful to listen from both of you. I was listening to you. It was very wonderful experience. Okay, thank you, Professor. So, I'm going to talk about changing dynamics of management education, and especially after this COVID-19. So as we know that after this COVID-19 pandemic, the whole world suffered a lot, and most of the education institutions, they were closed, and they were either going for online education, or some of the institutions in less developed countries, or you can say underdeveloped countries, they even could not provide that kind of support to their students. So we will talk about a little bit the management education in the new normal, and we will also talk about what exactly the management education should be after this new normal in the world. Okay, so as we know that change is the only constant thing, and management education is not an exception at all. So while management education is constantly evaluating around the world, so we are going to discuss some key impact factors, okay, which will drive the future changes in management education. So first, if you can see my screen, then you will see that there are top 10 specializations which are usually opted by the students in India. But when we talk about the specializations in management programs, especially MBA and Masters of Business Administrations or postgraduate diplomas in business administrations or business managements, the students are offered these specializations in their second or sometimes in third semesters. Okay, but for me, or I believe that specializations in management courses allows the student to study the subject of their interest and make unlimited progress in their career. So students can make themselves more worthy candidate by choosing a right specialization for them. And that is why I believe that specialization must be provided from very first semester of the management program. Not happens in many of the management or business schools around the globe, and most of the institutions and business schools provide specializations later in second or sometimes and in third semester. Okay, so apart from the regular subjects which we teach to the students, we should also focus on some skills which are definitely required by the corporate world. And I'm a marketing professor, so I would like to let you know a brief about what kind of marketing management students require in terms of their skills. So we can management institutions or business schools, they should equip their students with selling and negotiation skills, advertising and promotion skills, branding skills, product management skills, customer relationship management skills, digital marketing, marketing automation and CRM software skills, website and analytical skills, outreach marketing skills, as well as social media marketing, digital advertising, and nowadays data analysis skills, data visualization skills. And all these skills can be provided through the live training from the corporates and industry experts, because industry is not only growing, but it is evolving. And industry is very much dynamic in nature. So students, if we will be focusing on the traditional curriculums which we were teaching to our students long back or before 5 years or 10 years, the students will not be able to survive or cope up in the upcoming environment. The second,
sorry, Prof. If you need to say next PPT, next slide, you should say next. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you see the screen, right?
Yes, I can see my screen.
Okay,
So Professor, next slide, please. Okay. So the second aspect, or the second important factor, the first one I was talking about the specialization in management courses, and the second is the technology. Many of the professors or the leaders, they think that okay, management is the course which is more towards a more like a social science course, but I personally don't think so. Because technology is one of the important aspect and one of the important skill that to be learned by the management graduates. And in not only the technology, but the data. The data is the next oil. And especially when we talk about the big data, artificial intelligence, data analytics, these skills are high in demand in the corporate world, especially from the management graduates. So not only the new economy sectors, but the traditional one are also demanding the data analytical skills. So that is why the growing digitization of the businesses will mean the students should be well equipped with advanced technological skills. Okay. Therefore, business schools should equip their students with most of the important technical skills required by the corporate world. For the same, the business school need to provide not only the training, but also the certifications to these students. Management graduates are supposed to get number of technical skills related certification courses. Especially, I'm going to talk about some of the certification courses which are being offered, provided by most of the business schools in India, especially the certification course in e-commerce by Amazon Web Services, one of the well-known online platform for purchasing and selling around the world. Certification courses in predictive analysis, market analysis, and descriptive analysis from IBM. Even certification courses in digital marketing, marketing analytics certification courses. MS Excel is one of the tool which must be, even advanced Excel from the Moody's Analytics. All these courses are being offered by our institutions in India. And Tableau for data visualization, one of the new software, design thinking certification, artificial intelligence in marketing, finance, HR, especially the artificial intelligence and machine learning, data visualization and Power BI are some of the courses or the certifications which can be offered to the business school students. SPSS is one of the software, ERP, R software. Professor David was talking about he is very much interested in research, so he could relate that how the SPSS and R softwares are required for the data analysis and data visualization nowadays. Next slide, please, Professor. The third important factor for the management education or the business schools are live projects and internships. Especially live projects and internships are important role players in management programs. Live project should be an essential part of the student curriculum at business schools or management institutions. I believe that if a student is a fresher, it becomes more important to get some experience before joining a company for an internship. So live projects will help them to get an experience before joining any company, for the internship. Live projects provide students with a variety of opportunities, both for networking as well as learning. So management schools or business schools should sign MOUs with corporates for the live projects. At institution level also, we can equip the students, we can make our students industry ready for research through the various initiatives which I do take at my institution, especially the desk research and sectorial analysis. These are the two different courses which we have introduced for our students, because I believe that desk research and sectorial analysis paves the way for primary research. It helps the students to analyze the market environment, to identify the broad trends and shift in an industry. These desk research and sectorial analysis also give insight into the market information and diversified regulations around the world for the businesses. And one of the important thing is at institution level, we can do the research paper writing. In business schools, every student should be encouraged to write research paper based on some primary research before going for an internship. Students should be guided by the professors for their desk research and research paper writing. Not only the research paper writing, we should also encourage the research paper publications. The student should also be provided an opportunity to publish their research in journals. They should be guided to publish their research in reputed journals, especially Scopus Index, Web of Science, or AVDC Index journals. And students can also be encouraged to file the copyrights for their desk research projects. Students should also be encouraged to file the copyright for their research works. And all these activities, especially the desk research, sectorial analysis, and research paper writing and the research paper publication, copyright filing, we all are practicing at our institution. Now, internships are also the proven way to gain relevant knowledge, skills, and experience while establishing important connections in the field. That is why the business schools should provide an ample number of internships opportunities, not only in the country, but also abroad, to give relevant knowledge, skills, and experience to their students in the area of their interest. For that, business school should have international tie-ups for providing internship opportunities abroad. Okay. Next slide, please. The fourth one is the soft skills and communications. The emphasis on soft skills and communication will remain a key attribute in management education. Management graduates are not only expected to possess diverse and all-round business skills, but also the soft skills, and especially the communication one. So management course is expected to hone the soft skills such as communication, leadership skills, teamwork, problem solving skills, ethics, and interpersonal skills. So there is a broad consensus that the ultimate success in the career depends on the emotional competence aspect. The business school should hone the soft skills of the students through the constant training of the students, through the business communication training, leadership skills training, managerial competence and career development training, even intellectual property rights training, psychometric test, especially one-to-one counseling, presentation skills, multitasking and time management trainings, aptitude and profile oriented training sessions, resume building sessions, group discussion sessions, personal interview training sessions, NLP workshops, DMIT analysis, especially the pranic healing, handwriting analysis, emotional intelligence workshops. In this, with the help of these trainings and the constant training, the business schools can hone the soft skill aspect of the management graduates. The fifth and important aspect is, next slide, please, the international exposure. And we know that day by day businesses are getting global and international exposure is becoming more relevant. And many management courses requires students to study one of the foreign language to the students as a foreign language. Professor, can we please mute? I think
okay.
Someone is yeah. Okay, thank you, Professor. So I was talking about international exposure. International exposure in management education is very much relevant, and it is mandatory, especially when I talk about Indian business schools. Many of the business schools and management institutions, they made it mandatory for their students to learn at least one foreign language, and German, Japanese, Chinese are most preferred and are taught language in business schools in India. Student exchange is also one of the important way to give an international exposure to the students. Business school should tie up with the international universities for student exchange, where they can offer their students to stay at least or study at least one semester or at least few courses in an international university. International invitations to international professor is also one of the way to expose your students to the international environment. So institutions, to give an international exposures to the students, Business schools can also invite the international professors from around the globe to deliver some of the subjects to their students, courses to their students. And I believe in each semester, at least 1 or 2 specialization subjects should be delivered by the international professors. And international internships are also one of the way to give an international exposures to the students. So international internships are another way by which students can get much required international exposures and have the potentials to grab plum international jobs. For that, business schools should have international tie-ups for providing internships as well as job opportunities. The sixth important factor, next slide, please, is next slide, please. Okay. The sixth, can we go back?
This one?
This one. Entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship.
Entrepreneurship. No.
This one. Okay. So the sixth important factor in the changing dynamics of management education is entrepreneurship. Okay. As we all know, this era is known for the startups. Not only in India, but around the globe, this era is characterized by the startups. And many students, especially the management graduates, prefer not to follow the conventional job route for their careers, but they choose to start their own ventures. Clearly, what is expected of the management course is to equip the students with required entrepreneurship skills. So that is why B school should have a business incubation centers. Now, if the students have some original ideas and drive to launch their own business ventures, business schools or management institutions should offer all the assistance and required environment. Business school should equip the students with required entrepreneurship skills by conducting many of the programs like entrepreneurship development programs, speaker series, idea generation workshops, business modeling workshops, startup to idea generation workshop, and panel discussions, especially from the alumni and the new startups on early stage innovation investment, as well as startup showcase and much more. Now, next slide, please. The last is the change. Why I'm saying this is also an important factor in the changing dynamics of management education. The last is the force, the change is forced by the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 crisis has changed most of the things around us, and challenges also opened up the new opportunities, especially the online learning. Nobody would have imagined such a dramatic shift and success of online learning. In India, from almost last 2 years, students and management institutions, they are relying on the online learning. Teachers are teaching, delivering their sessions online. Management institutions, they have tied up with some good universities to us offering the online courses and courses available on some open access platforms, especially the Coursera is one, edX is the one of the Indian government initiatives. SWAYAM is one of the platform which offers the online courses to the students free of cost. Okay, the post-COVID world will continue to see the online teaching at a lower scale. This is what I do believe. And in India, even governing bodies, they are especially thinking of to the blended kind of learning where online and offline learning will be encouraged. So that could be 80-20 or 70-30, 70% offline learning and 30% online learning. Can we move for the next slide, please? Okay, I have already talked about online learning. I think, okay. So I would like to summarize, I would like to summarize over here. So when we talk about the changing dynamics of management education, so I discussed 7 different factors which will drive the future changes in management education. The first one was the specializations and specialization related to the related skills. And the second one was the technology must be an important factor, live projects and internships as well. And the fourth one was soft skills and communication. Fifth one was international exposure. And sixth one is entrepreneurship. And the last was the changes posed by any of the pandemic, and especially in this pandemic, the online learning. So in summary, the future of the management courses will demand more of the technology skills from management graduates, but will continue to focus on soft skills, especially the communication skills, and will be more global than the current, more dynamic in terms of entrepreneurship, last but not the least, more agile to cope up with the crisis such as the COVID-19. At the end, I would like to say the future belongs to the competent. So get good, get better, and be the best. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Okay, you're welcome, Professor. Give applause, please, to Mr. Atul Kumar. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, for this session, we are going to hear first to the next speaker. Yeah, to have a limited time. If you have a question, you may give to the chat box, and then I will read after the next speakers deliver the speech. Okay, I will write first to, are you here, Miss Julie? Hello, Julie, are you okay? Or I move to Miss Tamara Lolisvili? Yes, hello, Miss Tamara Lolisvili. Okay, okay, Miss Julie after Miss Tamara Lolisvili, yeah, okay, and then we are going to invite Poliseni Constantinople. Okay, Mr. Atul Kumar, stay cool and don't move, don't out. Okay, I will invite you again after Miss Tamara Lorisvili share the speech. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we are going to hear our keynote speaker, Miss Tamara Lorisvili, I'd like to read the curriculum vitae, the background. Okay, the background or life journey of Miss Tamara Lolisvili. Okay, wait. Tamara Lolisvili. Okay. Well, I will share screen. Okay, Miss Tamara Lolisvili. She is from Georgia, far from Bali. Just Miss Tamara, have you ever visited Bali? Hello?
No, I have never.
Okay. Miss Tamara Lolisvili. Okay, live in Tbilisi, Georgia, and she was born in 30 March 1982. Nationality is Georgian, female, and right now she is married. An educational background, 1999, 2004. From Glory State University, MI in English, Language and Literature. And then 2016, present Georgian University PhD in Linguistics, framing in modern English, and employment to the date work experience. Right now, she is a school gymnasium AIA, Tbilisi, Georgia, English teacher, project management, head of English language department, and the past 2011 Judicial Economical Institute, Tbilisi, Georgia, and 2009 Caucasus Tourism University, Georgia, as English teacher, and also in Gori State University as English teacher. Another experience, she is a member of Facilitator Advisors of International Education and Resource Network. And also she is a project manager, and too many experience and too many work experience and too many experience and activities. And language, she is native speaker English and Russian. And other skills is she has computer literature, Windows and application interest. She is interested in traveling. Someday you should come to Bali or other province of Indonesia. Okay, for Miss Tamara Lolisvili, time is available for you.
Yes, yes. First of all, thank you very much, Dr. Christian, for inviting me, for me being here. It's an honor for me to be here and to listen to such wonderful speakers. My main motive here is to talk about critical thinking. So we all know critical thinking, of course, but let me share my experience, what we do in my school. And I think that my approach, our school approach, and my approach in this case will be beneficial for other teachers and for other schools. The case is that I'm an instructor, a teacher trainer for American Embassy and the American Consuls, training teachers for critical thinking. And this is the reason why I decided to go deeper to just in critical thinking, and let me share some of my opinions regarding to critical thinking, and later on I will add what we are doing at school, how we practice critical thinking at school. So we do know that one of the problem with discussing critical thinking is that we don't have no single definition that prevails critical thinking. That is to say that people generally struggle to give an explanation what it means. Here, every single person, I'm pretty sure that if I ask what critical thinking is, every single person will have his or her own definition. And let me tell you how I understand critical thinking. I think that it's the ability to look at any issue, any problem from different angles. I will give a bad example from my school period. I was just studying in the post-Soviet regime, where everything was given as facts. No one asked me who behaved well, who behaved badly while discussing, for example, literature teachers while discussing some stories. And at that time, if my opinion was different, then I was forced to sit down, and in most cases, I was given bad mark. Adding, teachers at that time added that, oh, Tamar, you don't think right. Right thinking is like this, and they were trying to influence me under their thoughts. So I guess that this example is anti-critical thinking, so-called uncritical thinking, or not critical thinking. Agree with all what is told. So today, especially nowadays in 21st century, we do know that social media is too influential. Social media is influencing on our new generation and even adults as well. We can't say that social media is bad, and we can't say that social media is good. Everything has its good sides. So let's bring one example. If you give a fool a stick in his hand and he will hit it in his head, Whose fault is it now? Is it the stickers, just the stick's fault, or your fault that you gave this very stick to the fool? So with this in mind, we teachers consider the importance of critical thinking, that this ability helps us in our professional growth. In fact, before taking each step, we make decisions. What are the pros and cons of this very service? And if we rely on the opinion of others and can't form our own opinion, I guess that there are serious dangers. In short, I would answer that it's very important to think critically and generally to have your own opinion on all issues. And in this case, we have to pay attention that no matter how respectful someone else's opinion is, I can't agree with what I do. And in this case, we teachers are role models. We have to pay attention. We are role models. The more we develop, the more our teachers develop. And with this in mind, I decided to introduce this the critical thinking as a subject at our school. Yes, in our school, I have a subject. I teach 9th and 10th graders critical thinking in English language, of course, not in my native language. So someone may say that, why do we need, but may ask this question, why do we need critical thinking as an independent subject when we have these skills integrated with different subjects? History books are just created so that critical thinking is always here. Literature subjects and so on and so forth. We have critical thinking integrated with all of these subjects, but let me explain why. So during my experience, through my observation, I have what I have found out is the following, that when we teach a subject, here we have knowledge and skills. So the first place, on the first place, we have knowledge, and then we have skills. So we have to pay attention. While we're teaching subjects, we have our curriculum. Yes, I do know that book is not our main source, main means of teaching students. Books are generally our helpers, so-called. But again, if we have curriculum, if we have books, we already are in a frame. We are in a kind of frame, yes? But so by implementing this subject, I have looked at just teaching in another way, just I have turned out. So if during subject teaching, I have just knowledge and skills, through critical thinking subject, I have skills, and then I have subject. This is critical thinking. So we do know that nowadays in 21st century, I'm not exaggerating if I say that nowadays the knowledge has become relative. Students can Google any kind of information, through Google, and this will give them the just chance to improve their knowledge in any kind of subject. Of course, I'm not against teachers, but what about skills? Google does not give us that much skills. And so you may ask whether I'm teaching students with just the terms, what critical thinking is, the basic steps of critical thinking. Yes, I'm teaching. I'm teaching them that for when they have to make a decision, first they have to observe, then they have to ask questions, as many questions as they can. These why questions, what questions, how questions, that is very, very important. They have to analyze, and just making an analysis is one of the most difficult skills that students should acquire. And after analyzing, after comparing, they have to make a decision. Also, I'm teaching my students that there are 3 R's of critical thinking. That involves reflective thinking, the habit of questioning assumptions, inquiring more deeply. So we do know that Dewey, who is credited with coining the term of critical thinking, once mentioned that if this suggestion that occurs is at once accepted, we have uncritical thinking, the minimum of reflection. And we have to turn this thing over in mind. We have to teach our students how to reflect. That means to hunt for additional evidence, for new data that will develop the suggestion and will either bear it out or else make obvious its absurdity. The second theme in my 3 R's is rational thinking, the ability to follow arguments in a logical and disciplined way. So here my goal is to create thinkers who are appropriately moved by reasons. And finally, very important one is through critical thinking is that our students being a critical thinker means that you need a reasonable approach. So here, through just reasonable approach, I mean that individuals can keep an objective, open mind. That is, for me as a teacher, is very, very difficult. Very difficult, yes. Being objective, yeah. So now, being objective, not to be diverted, either by what I wish to believe or what I think would have beneficial effects if it were believed. So through going critical thinking, now I would like to mention one of the most important asset of critical thinking, that is, so we do know that it is a cognitive skill. So developing a skill requires 3 conditions: learning the theory, then we need practice, deliberate practice, and then we need to adopt the right attitudes. Here we have to teachers have to pay attention to these 3 most important conditions. So while the theory, what I mentioned here, what I'm meaning, just let me introduce. By theory, we mean that the rules and facts we have to know in order to possess the skills. Okay, just for more clarification, I will give one example. We do know that a person can't be a good basketball player without knowing the rules of this game. For example, kicking the basketball is not allowed. Likewise, thinking critically requires knowing a certain amount of logic. And this subject at my school helps me to go at this very destination, to arrive at this very destination. However, we know that knowing the theory is not the same as being able to apply it. You might know in theory, for example, that you should balance while riding a bike, for example, while you are cycling. So we do, just theoretically, I do know that I need balance, but it does not mean that I actually do it. This is where practice comes in, because it translates my theoretical knowledge into actual ability. However, here, most important is my attitude that makes a big difference as to whether I practice it effectively or sustainably. If I hate playing the piano, forcing just me to practice is not productive in the long run. So here we have, again, a big role of teachers We have to raise students' motivation and the other skills to help students just to sharpen these skills effectively. And finally, I would like to share something important. I would like to be very brief. I would like to share here one thing. One observation. If you place in a bottle half a dozen bees and the same number of flies, and lay the bottle horizontally with its base, I mean the close end to the window, you will find that the bees will persist till they die of exhaustion or hunger in their endeavor to discover an opening through the glass. While what happens on the other side regarding to the flies, in less than 2 minutes, will all have sallied forth through the neck of the opposite side. It's the bee's love of flight. It's their very intelligence that is their undoing in this experiment. They even they imagine that the issue from every prison must be where the light shines clearest, and they act in accordance and persist in two logical action. The bee's glass is a supernatural mystery, and the greater their intelligence, more incomprehensible will the strange obstacle appear. So here, I want to add one more thing that here we in our school have 17 clubs. Through these clubs, all these mentioned skills are practiced, but I would like to add one more thing that United Nations and other organizations came together to create a document with the name 21st Century Skills. We do know that, so you may Google it in Wikipedia and it's given there. The first one here, the first skill that is a must with the students is critical thinking. So for more information, how I created this program, how I distributed my students these programs, all these activities that I have obtained, I'm glad to share whoever is interested. I'm ready for cooperation. My school is always ready for cooperation because we often just create international programs. We always organize international programs. At the same time, we are ready to have exchange programs. We have peace camps and different camps as well. So we are always ready for cooperation. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, you are welcome. Give applause for Miss Tamar Lolisvili. Okay, very nice presentation. Okay, before we're going to have a question, I'd like to invite Miss Julie because she has limited time. Okay, before we're going to have a conversation or question to Mr. Atul and also to Miss Tamar Lolisvili, I'd like to invite first Miss Julie Simon Macariola. Hello, Miss Julie Simon Macariola, are you here? Hello? Hello, are you here, Miss Julie Simon Macariola? Hello? Hello? Hello, are you here? Okay. So Miss Julie is not available. Okay, we are going to have a question before Miss Julie sending our deliver. Okay, Miss Julie, are you here? Miss Julie, can you answer my sound? Can you hear my voice? Hello, Miss Julie. Hello, Miss Julie. Hello. Host. Unmute, please, Miss Julie. Unmute, please, Miss Julie. Hello. Miss Julie, can you hear my voice? Okay, answer first. Okay, so question and answer first. Well, before Miss Julie is sending or deliver the presentation, I'd like to give chance for you, the participant, give a question with good question give a question for Mr. Atul Kumar and also Miss Tamar Lolisvili. Okay, who raise hand? Anyone will have a question? Come on. No questions? Ida Bagus, Ari Arjaya from UNDIKSHA. You have a question. I'd like to read the question for Miss Tamara Lolisvili. Which critical thinking theory is most relevant to use today?
Thank you. So generally, I have mentioned at the very beginning, I mentioned that critical thinking has lots of theories, but due to the fact that we are on the verge of serious danger by means of social media, by means of especially nowadays when we have in Georgia, we are locked down again and the students are at home. So for more than a year and a half, we have not been opened. Our schools have not been opened, and our students are flooded, so-called influenced by by social media, and they lack these abilities. And in this case, we have to. I mentioned that for me, we have to. For me, it's very important to look at this problem, at this very issue seriously from different perspectives, from different angles. So I can't say that I'm following one exact theory of critical thinking. I may say that I do a kind of a combination of what is good. And here, very important, it's not my aim to follow one exact theory. Most important here is to fix students' needs. What they need, I have to observe, I have to ask questions, and after analyzing, I have to come to conclusion that students need this very theory in this case. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tamar Lolisvili, for the nice answer. Okay, I get here the question from Ramini Santika, Ganesha Education University or Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, to Mr. Atul Kumar. She has a question: how to implement education management in digital era? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Before that, I would like to there is one more question about vocational secondary school education. Before that, so I would like to take that fast. So are there any vocational secondary schools in India that are equivalent to high schools? In Indian education, especially in higher education, high school education system, we have three different boards. One is called Central Board, and CBSE, one is International Board, ICSE, then we have states, more than 30 plus states in India, and we have a states board as well. So there is no vocational schools in India, but the entrepreneurship is one of the subject which is being taken very seriously nowadays in India, and taught in all the three different boards, Central Board of India as well as the International Board, by the state boards as well. Okay. Now the second question is how to develop an entrepreneurial spirit through the learning in high school. Long back, I have read one of the article in Forbes magazine. We know that entrepreneurship teaches students about money, investing, business strategies, loans, and creating budgets. At the same time, students can learn critical life skills such as problem solving, brainstorming, and critical thinking as well, taking risk, facing failures and getting up again, setting goals, working together, and feeling comfortable to work individually. So if you're a teacher at and if you are teaching entrepreneurship, you can have some of the tricks, or you can use some of the props in your teaching. Now, first one, I would like to suggest that brainstorm wines, like where we can set up a box in the classrooms. Especially, we will call it a brainstorming business ideas box. You can use this brainstorm wines as a way to kick off the school's year's most significant project. Okay, when you introduce this project early, you are telling your students that you believe in them, their ideas, and their voice matters. This is one of the way. The second can be solution boxes. Many times we see that students will find the things to complain about in schools. So rather than encouraging them to complain, set up a way to way for the students to present their problems and to come up with the solutions as well. So encourage your students to brainstorm ideas and present way to fix concerning issues which we have received in the complaint boxes. Even there is one more technique which is being used in many schools, like Shark Tank for kids. If your school allows it, let students watch some episodes of Shark Tank, especially episodes with younger entrepreneurs. And if you do a Google search for the term Shark Tank Kids, you will find various Shark Tank videos with young people pitching their business ideas to the sharks. Watch some of these videos with your students, discuss them, and then build your own Shark Tank competition at school. That can also help you. We can also have the third one can be a genius hours. A genius hour can be one of the activity. According to the genius hours website, there is a one website according genius hours website, so you can Google about it, and later on you can search. You will get a better understanding and idea about it. So genius hours is the movement that allows the student to explore their own passions while encouraging innovations, creativity, critical thinking in the classroom. Okay, so this time provides the students with a choice in what they want to learn about or work on during a designated hour in the school. And the next can be TED clubs. If you are working with older students, encouraging them to watch TEDx Teen Talks, especially the TED Talks, are very powerful to demonstrate and practice public speaking skills, share motivational ideas, as well as provide the confidence some teens need to share their ideas. TEDx or TED Ed, sorry, not TEDx, TED Ed project also offers an official program that support the students from all over the world. your school and your organization can get in touch with TED-Ed. You can form a TED-Ed club. These are some of the techniques which are being used in many of the schools around the globe, especially in secondary schools in India. And there is one more question. There was, I think, 3 subsequent questions. There is there a relationship between critical thinking and entrepreneurial skills? Absolutely, there is no doubt about it. There is a significant correlation. I'm a researcher, so I can say in that way at alpha 0.5%, there is a significant correlation between these two, critical thinking and entrepreneurial skills. So I have discussed some of the ways through which we can develop a critical thinking among our students that will subsequently lead to the entrepreneurship skills as well. Okay. Now coming to the next question that was related to, my question is how to implement education management in digital era. Okay, so I would like to share my own experience, which actually basically as you know that I am a management professor. So in my business school, how my management institution, how we have managed, before the pandemic, the institution was running fully offline. When this pandemic came, and in late back in 2019 March, suddenly the government of India has announced a lockdown, and our schools and colleges shut down due to the lockdown. And till the date, we are still waiting for the clearance from the government to open up the students. So as a management institution or education management institution, we cannot wait for that. Okay, once the institutions will open, we will also open the doors for the students to learn the new things. No, in digital era, especially the pandemic one, we should be ready to cope up with the challenges. And in digital era, the many things can go online, especially the course curriculum and the teaching, and students can be offered the courses online. I know there is something called practical aspect in education that is missing in online education, but we have to cope up. But the only thing is, if we keep aside this practical aspect of the education, then we can continue with this online education. And in India, the governing bodies are also thinking of the blended education, where 30% online education and 70% offline education. So students are being encouraged to take online courses as well as offline courses. We are also introducing a new education policy, which is also supporting this education management in digital era. Thank you. I hope I could answer.
So much. Thank you so much, Prof. Atul Kumar. I'd like to give you information that Mr. Atul Kumar is one membership in also MERC Global Publication. I was also invited here with Mr. Professor Atul Kumar. This is the information that he is also active in journal. He has also in the National Journal of Management and in the National Journal of Social Science and Management. Okay, any questions so far before we're going to call Miss Julie Simon Macariola in the last session of Professor Dr. Atul Kumar and Miss Tamar Lolisvili? No questions? Okay. Well, I'd like to invite Miss Julie. Are you here, Miss Julie Simon Macariola?
Good morning, everyone.
Okay, nice to meet you, Miss Julie Simon Macariola. Okay, Before I going to hear together what the speaker state about the presentation, I like to read the curriculum vitae, the background of Miss Julie. Miss Julie is a licensed professional educator and has been in the academy since 2003. She took up Filipino language as her major subject for her bachelorette degree, and she is on her way to finishing up her postgraduate degree in guidance and counseling this year. Miss Julie is a certified trainer and a communication coach. She has been an international speaker for years, delivering talks and conducting training in the fields of counseling, pedagogy, andragogy, oratory, and communication. She is currently based in Thailand as an English language development specialist at KPIS International School, also an adjunct English language lecturer at Panya Piwat Institute of Management. Miss Julie is a strong advocate of mental fitness. These days, she's been administering instruction and activities to universities regarding mental health and well-being and the maintenance thereof. Okay, Miss Julie, time is available for you.
In the academic realm, there are only two things that shall never change. But before I tell you these two things, let me talk about those things that may change. Before, we've never heard nor used Zoom classrooms. We've never used Padlet or Teams or Gather.com or Pencil.com. There has been great changes in education. And now also, when we were younger, I hope all of us, probably not, I am surely older than half of you are. We used to have our teachers in front with the books, chalks, whiteboard, blackboard, green board, and everything else. But things have changed. We are now in this digital era, hence we are in this digital education. Now, these two things, however, that shall never, ever change, and please take note on this, are first, leadership. Second, communication. These leadership and communication skills are the two paramount factors that we must have. Now, please, hands up, everyone. Please raise your hand if you are an educator or a teacher, please. Thank you very much.
Are you educator? Okay, raise hand. Okay, many.
All right, that is awesome. Thank you very much. And now also, please raise your hand if you are a learner.
Okay, raise hand. Are you e-learners? Okay, Miss Bantita, e-learners. Okay, Mr.
Thank
David
you very
also.
much. Yeah, hey. And also, please raise your hand if you are a leader.
A leader, okay.
Are you a leader? Yay. Thank you for this one. Now, being a learner is always a factor and a calling that is in the teachers. So if you're a learner, if you're a teacher, you are automatically a learner. That is for sure. And also, if you're a teacher, fortunately and unfortunately, you're automatically a leader. We all lead a class, we all lead people, we are probably boss or the leader of a department. Now, before I go on with this tremendously fitting discussion, I'd like to thank, let me read this so I would pronounce carefully and correctly, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. Thank you very much. And also, I'd like to thank Dr. Putu Kerti Nitiasi, Dr. Wachidi, Dr. Gusti Putu Suharta, and of course, Pak Chris for this one. Now, let me share my screen. This time, leadership, is it visible to and for everyone?
Okay, visible. Go ahead. Okay.
Thank you. Now, as I was saying, we will be talking about effective communication for efficient leadership. Why can't I make, okay, there you go. Now, I'm not talking only about communication and leadership. We are talking about effective communication and efficient educational leadership. These two factors we shall be talking about. Why does it need to be effective? Why does it need to be efficient? Let's move on. Now, the utmost essential key to great leadership is communication. Let's talk about classroom environment. You, the teacher, we, the teachers, being the leaders in these classrooms, are not just the one who is speaking. Maybe you are there talking, that's not communication. All right, we are facilitators. Maybe we mastered the class, the topic, the lesson, but there should be communication in there. And also, as the boss of a department or the whole university, great leadership is from your communication skills. Why am I saying yours? Because I am not a head or I'm not a boss of a university. Now let's take a look at these two things. First of all, leadership. I'd like to ask, how would you define leadership if we have time? Pak Chris, do we have time for that? Can I ask?
Yes.
Because I've mentioned earlier, this will be a discussion. All right, how
Okay.
do you define leadership? Anyone would like to unmute or?
Okay, unmute, please. You may answer what Miss Julie asks. Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Go ahead. Ida Bagus, maybe you may answer.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. In my opinion, leadership is the art of asking people to doing a group purpose.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. There are two things that you have said enormously important. People and group, and the word asking. You don't say bossing around and just telling them what to do. The group, without a group, there's no leadership in there. You cannot just perform leadership in that one. Thank you very much, sir. Now, leadership is, like you said, leading a group. Make it simple. Let us make it simple. Leading a group, that's it. However, also let me remind everyone that leadership constitute leading ourselves. So like they say, lead ourselves first before we can lead others. Now, communication. Let's move on to communication. Let me move this away. All right. Now, communication is very simple. And I don't want to ask this to all of you because we probably have the same ideas in here. Communication is just two-way, imparting or exchanging information. That's why if we are in classroom, there should be understanding from and for both the teacher and the student, and that is communication. And these two are the most important, are only part of an equation. And we cannot just have, okay, leadership is fine or communication is fine. It cannot be. Now, let's talk about leadership communication skills. What are those skills that you and I must have? Like I said, as educators, as leaders, as head of department, of head of school, as rectors, you will be very, very surprised for these skills that I will be telling you. Tell me if you're not surprised. Send me a WhatsApp message if you are not surprised, but I hope you really are surprised because you already have them. And when I say communication, I'm not telling you to have your perfect English skills, perfect Bahasa Indonesia, perfect Filipino, whatever language you're having. Not really. These are just in the least part of the pyramid. Let's take a look at the first one, confidence. Sir Ida, may I please use your name? All right. The confidence of Pak Ida to answer and to give his comment is really a hallmark of being a leader. Because how many of us here and how many of us there in the auditorium, the confidence that we are having and that we must have and that we should have is the greatest and most important skill that we will have and we must have. Now, let's take a look at confidence. Confidence is having the trust into to ourselves and to the people we are talking to. That is trusting our subordinates if we are the bosses, trusting our students if we're the teachers. And also confidence is knowing what we are saying. Trust me, we cannot get to unmute ourselves if you don't know what to say, if we don't know what to say. Now, confidence is a broad spectrum of trust and knowledge. And too much trust and too much knowledge usually bring us to conceit. And it's not good, ladies and gentlemen. It won't help us. So confidence is the first one. Is it that surprising? I'm not talking about your accent or diction. So that's the first one. So may I, if I may I ask you all to build confidence by putting yourselves in difficult leadership communication situation. Let me repeat that. Put yourselves in leadership communication situations. There is the only part, place, and time we'll be able to gain confidence. That's the first one. Second is empathy. Empathy is having, this is actually number two, all right? This is number two. This is acknowledging everything else around the group. When I say everything else, that means the whole situations, the feelings, the capacity of everybody. We are teachers. We cannot just call someone and probably, I hope we don't do this and embarrass them because they are not listening or they are not paying attention. And we already know that they don't know the answer. We just cannot call that person. Empathy is understanding everyone and everything. Let me repeat that. Everyone and everything. Visibility. Why visibility? Now, one factor of visibility here is not only you having be seen, visibility of your voice and visibility of your face. Being the rector or being the head of department, your people or your student should be able to talk to you freely. I mean, they should not be scared of you. They should not be just doubting themselves in talking to you. All right, they could just say hello, or please, you first be saying hello to everyone. I cannot just say hello to my leader. Why? Because she never says hello to me. That's not true. It's just an example. But you being the head, being the teacher, please be visible. Now, this is now the digital era. Then be visible in digital era, in any digital platform that we have, that you have in your maybe you have group WhatsApp, Facebook, what else do we have, and any social media platforms that you have. Lastly, listening. Now, this is the only part where we have this skill of listening, the real skill. Everything, oh yeah, yo, confident, empathy, visibility is easy. I'm telling you, it cannot be easy. Now, listening is the part where we understand what the people are saying. If the student asks a question, is that really a question, or he is actually telling us that I don't understand, I need help? This is the part where we read between the line, where we give more empathy to people around us, to our students, to our colleagues. Listening is a skill that you and I must develop. Now, yes, surprising, isn't it? We must have confidence, empathy, visibility, and also these listening skills. Now, they may not sound like a skill to all of you, but they are more important than others. It's not how we scored in TOEIC or IELTS, or how we scored in English classes or communication classes. These, my friends, dear colleagues, fellow educators, are your keys in being the best leader that you can be. Now, let's talk about that is communication, and let's have our leadership. I will be talking something that you already know, educational leadership. If you have, by the way, Chris, if anyone or someone has or have any question or comment, just go on. We're talking about communication after all. Okay. Yes. Now, first of all, in this what is this? Let me remove that one. In educational leadership, like I said, you already know all these parts. And why can't I? Okay, the authority and power model. This is, you already know, this is where the rector and the head of department, faculty, and everyone down below, this is hierarchical. This authority and power model tells us who the boss is and who are the subordinates. It's as simple as that one. However, and also this is the model where the one at the top nearly gets and wields absolute power and authority. You see, the decision maker. Now, please be mindful of these 4 models because we shall be talking how are we going to take advantage of everything. Individualistic model is, this is the part where this weakens the group work because we put one person's, he is good at this part, she is good at this part, this is her strength, this is his strengths. This is the individualistic part. And it is crucial to know what one can do and what one cannot do. And collaborative model, this is the best one, where we all put ourselves in and work together. It's a magnet and a Lego magnet. I call this Lego magnet. Put in together and then we can make one great team. And transformational model. Okay, this transformational leadership model was actually for military department, but it has become very useful in the educational, in the academic department. This is where, because it reduced bureaucracy, excuse me for that one. Now, how do we talk about all of these in one effective educational leadership? Yeah, they can be 4 in here, but we cannot put all together by taking advantage of individualistic model, getting to know each and everyone. And please tell me, you know the names of your students, you know the names of your subordinates. Because without that, knowing the name is the first thing. Knowing what they can and they cannot do is the second. You cannot just say, hey, you in blue shirt or in green shirt. Oh, come on, please. You with long hair, you with beautiful eyes. Or do you know the one in the English department that is, please make sure we know the names of everyone around us, especially in our department, in our classroom. It can be very difficult, but please, I repeat, know their names, because knowing their names giving us the power and authority also to be closer to them. And it removes the authority and power model. Authority and power model should only be on the board. If I go to your university, I can see the hierarchy in there. I can say, okay, this is the rector. Okay, he is the head department of science. I repeat, this authority and power model should only be seen on your walls. Now, collaborative models should be seen in the group, knowing all what people can and cannot do and how can we help them transform. Thank you very much. This is the educational leadership. Now let's move on to how can we improve ourselves? How can we improve our leadership? This will be really short, really short. Now, first one, a great leader must be confident enough while communicating with others. Didn't I mention confidence earlier? What did I do? All right. How does confidence play in leadership? Would you like to answer that? Or would you like to give your thoughts on leadership and confidence? I cannot see everyone, so anyone, just unmute yourself.
Hello, everyone. Come on. You may unmute your microphone or your Zoom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Yeah, from
Yeah,
India.
very nice talk and delivered by the ma'am. Madam, as in an technical education system, what are the main parameter for a leadership?
Oh, is this now the question, or your thoughts?
I need some suggestion from you. I need some suggestion on this point.
All right, could we finish? I am so excited to answer that one. I would love to, but could we finish the discussion and then let's go to question and answer, sir? Do you mind? Or if not, I can answer now.
Do you mind? Okay, this session is yours, Miss Julie. What will
All
you
right,
say?
then let's forget about this quote here and then let's answer. Who was asking, by the way, please? I cannot see the name.
Casey Rod.
Casey Rod, Dr. Kalicharan Rod.
Okay, Dr. Rod, the question is the parameters in leadership, am I right?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, okay, I can only give you two answers to that and it encompasses everything else. Efficiency, that's the first one. Efficiency in yourself and thereby showing efficiency in your work. That's the first one. And the second one is efficiency. That means efficiency in everything you do and you ask others to do for the group. Trust me, leadership is only about efficiency because we cannot polish our work. We cannot polish anything we want to in a group without it. Thank you very much, Dr. Rat.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Although, if you want to discuss more of this, I can always give you my WhatsApp number.
Sure.
Maybe. But yeah, all right, sure. Because
nice program. Thank you.
Leadership can be a wide topic. We can talk about this in 365 days. Thank you for the question. All right, now don't forget that efficiency is one factor and the only factor we can get, because without that, we cannot go in this confident. A great leader must be confident enough while communicating with others. Now, naturally, leaders or our bosses are very confident in talking to us because sometimes you are even shy and embarrassed to talk to them. Am I right or am I right?
Yes.
All right. Yes. Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
right.
Thank you very much. Don't make me a liar. Thank you. Now, however,
may I ask a question?
Please, absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. Interesting when talk about leadership, and actually we are a leader in the classroom as a teacher, but when we as a model try to give a higher confidence when we talk with our students and we give authority and models, but in another hand, when the student we give empowerment like that, sometimes when they face different situation, maybe more formal situation, sometimes they are very embarrassed to speak up. So how can we as a teachers give I think that's motivate or what we call it to make them confident in another or different situation like that. Okay, thank you, Miss Julie.
Thank you very much. Now, do you remember the 4 skills that we had talked about? First was confidence.
Yeah.
That's, you already have it. The second one was what? Anyone, please?
Empathy.
Absolutely, empathy. This, madam, is the one you can have and you can use, and especially you can show to motivate them in other aspects. Of course, they can be very, and sometimes too confident in one thing, but not really confident in one thing, in another. Let's say science.
It may be, madam, confidence or self-consciousness.
That is very correct. Thank you very much. Now, showing them empathy, we will be able to help them and motivate them to be confident in everything else. You see, confidence in everything else doesn't mean we can do in everything else. It's just trust. It's trusting ourselves. We fail, of course. That's an absolute fact in this mortality. We fail, but that doesn't mean we are not confident enough. So, madam, to answer is to show more empathy. Let them understand. Understand them and let them understand that everyone is good in math, but not everyone is good in math, if you know what I mean. Thank you, madam, for that question. All right, now let's go back to this part. Thank you very much. Like I said, if you want more time for this one, I can also give you my WhatsApp number. Okay, now, great leader must be confident enough while communicating with others. Why do we need confidence take note, while communicating with others? Let me tell you a story. Someone wants to say something?
Yeah.
Okay,
sorry, Miss Yuli, we should confidence because our audience will trust if we are confident. That's my answer.
And that's also my answer. We are done. Goodbye, everybody. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Ori. Yes, they will trust us, they will believe us, and thereby they will do what we are saying. Now, let me tell you a story. Global warming has been a problem in this life for us before we were born. But why don't we do enough to prevent or to help at least ease up global warming? Why? I don't mean anything about these scientists, but when they talk about global warming, they say something like this. You see, global warming has been a problem, and then this is what we can do. Oh, come on. They are very confident of their topic and they know what they're talking about, but not enough to communicate with others. For example, if my mother tells me to go do the dishes, oh, come on, I will go do the dishes. While her confidence, while communicating to me, propels me to action. So anyone here, if you are a scientist, please be confident in communicating about global warming and something else. Thank you very much, everyone. Next, I cannot move to, okay. A great leader must be energetic and self-motivated while communicating. Energetic. The enthusiasm that you have can actually put colors to everyone around you. A teacher who comes in the classroom with this vitamin C energy can give enough energy to the student. And if we as leaders are self-motivated, trust me, everyone can be self-motivated. Because you're the rainbow. You get in, you color the room, or Zoom room, if that would be a Zoom room. Yes, please. Your energy actually gives energy to others and for others. So please, directors, dear head of departments, if we are talking to our subordinates, have the energy. So also, if the leader doesn't have enough energy, I could be scared. Okay, or I will be really bewildered of what is the topic and what is he talking about. Thank you very much for that. Next one. A great leader must be steady and trustworthy while they communicate. Steady. Steady is confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, when we say steady, it means you already know what you are doing, what you are saying. And if there is a question or there are questions, you will be able to answer that. Trustworthy is establishing group work and teamwork. We should trust you. Our students must be able to trust us. So these are the things that we have to remember. Let me go back. And confidence, energy, and self-motivations, being steady and being trustworthy. Now, this is one important thing that we must have as teachers. A great leader must always be easy to approach without barriers. If we are so fearful and we are really scared to talk to our boss or to ask questions, or our students are scared to ask questions or to talk to us, there's something wrong. Imagine this one. There's a problem in the department, but we cannot talk to the head of department. There is something wrong. I'm not talking about the head of the department as the something wrong, but trust me, there is something wrong. So please be open, have open arms all the time. Teachers, leaders, all of us. So they should be able to talk to us. They should be able to ask any time and anything, trust me. And yes, a great leader communicates honestly. It's like, it sounded like a command. May I please ask anyone and someone to talk about this part? Very important. Anyone?
Say, a great leader communicates honestly.
All right, communication must always be clear and truthful. Anyone would like to continue that one?
So, Miss, maybe when we communicate honestly, the person who communicate with us will see our vision. What is your vision, and then what is your purpose correctly?
And that ends my discussion. Thank you very much. Absolutely right. You see, transparent vision and purpose is transparency in communication. Thank you so much, sir. And of course, lastly, we have, and I need some people to talk about this one. A great leader listens attentively and sensitively. May you please share your experiences as teachers, as leaders, as director, as head. It says here, listens, not only talking, listens attentively and sensitively.
May I give a comment about this one?
Absolutely, madam.
Yeah, when we are being a leader, so listen attentively and sensitively is a must, I think, because when our student or sometimes they have to find uh, what we call it, a leader that trusty to give any solution. Maybe they have a problem or solving, and then when they have a bonding and have sincerity in the heart, they will feel so trustworthy to their leader. So a good leader must be listen attentive and sensitively, and they will feel that they are what did we call it, have a bonding each other. I think that's the point. Maybe sorry,
No,
I'm very
absolutely.
sorry,
Absolutely. Thank you
about it.
very much. Now,
Yeah,
what is,
thank you.
thank you. Now, may I ask everyone, what is the best feeling in the world? Oh, I'm not asking a question. Please fill in the blanks. The best feeling in the world is to be blank. What's your answer for that one?
Self-consciousness,
To
ma'am.
be listened.
Right understanding and self-consciousness.
Thank you very much. Come on, we have more time for this. Pak Chris, tell me if I'm over or
Yeah.
I still have time.
5 minutes. 5 minutes again. Your
Okay.
turn. We would like to invite Miss Senia, Ma'am Poliseni Konstantin Pelu.
All right.
Okay,
then.
come on. 5 minutes, ma'am. Please.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Yes, absolutely. Those are the things that we would like to have and we would like to feel. And also, teachers must have the capacity to love, and listening attentively and sensitively is called loving. leaders must also have the capacity to love. Now, everything else is about our capacity to understand. After all, communication is about understanding. And of course, now, all right, let me have this really quickly. Now, these are the communication and educational leadership that we have to remember. I will read it, and if you have comments, please write in the chat box because we don't have much time. In order to foster leadership, we need to begin by initiating a conversation. Like I've said earlier, please be the first to say hello. Trust me, it would go something between friendship, collaboration, and teamwork. And next, communication is an important part of education leadership. In order to maximize student learning, communication among educators within a school and at different level is essential. Communication, teacher, student. Communication, teachers, faculty, head, and director. It's all in there. And of course, it is important that leaders develop communication and problem-solving skills. Schools should provide support to guide leaders' efforts and to maintain motivation over many years. You see, our communication skills must always be intact and of course improving. Things change. I've told you earlier, this is now in digital era. Things change, but two things that should never change but would only be improved is our leadership and our communication skills. To conclude this one, I need all of us to remember that it is inconceivable to become a great leader without being a great communicator. And again, I'm not talking about accent, diction, oratory, and everything else. We are talking about confidence, empathy, visibility, and our skills to listen and to read between the lines. Great leadership is efficiency. Great communication is love. If you have questions, please be on the chat box. Thank you very much for communicating with me. Now the screen is back to you, Mr. Moderator.
Wow, give applause. Miss Julie, wonderful presentation. No great leader without great communication. Okay, before we're going to have a question, anyone will have a question, or I will invite Miss Senia. Let us listen the next speaker. Because the time is not too much. Okay, I will invite Mom Poliseni. Come on, are you here?
Hello from Thessaloniki, Greece. Hello,
Okay,
everyone.
Senia. Okay, stay cool and don't leave Miss Julie. Before we are going to have a discussion with Miss Mom Poliseni. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to read the curriculum vitae of our next speaker, the last session to our speaker. Okay, well. Okay, I will share my screen first. Okay. Okay, this is the personal details of our last session, our last speaker. Yeah? The surname is Constantinopoulou. Yeah, too difficult for me to speak. And then the name is Poliseni, or famous with Senia. Gender is female. Date of birth 21st, 1986, yeah? So still young, okay? And then place of birth, Patras, Greece, and Indonesia said that Yunani, and place of residence, Thessaloniki, Greece, and nationality is American. This is telephone number, email, and family status, married, and she has 3 children. And current position, she is a co-founder, owner, and CPLDS English teacher of CPLD English Language Center, My Way. And education, she is PhD studies in neurolinguistics, School of Philosophy at Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Greece. With the thesis, okay, and I will share to you master degree in language disorder and bachelor degree in French language and literature, and further education visiting PhD student in neurolinguistic, associate research fellow. Too many here, a 1-year training seminar in special education, and scholarship. She has ever owned scholarship of excellence for PhD student, with which awarded by the research community of Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Greece. The work experience, many work experience. She is now being a lecture teacher. Okay, and academic teaching experience many here. Okay, time is available for you, Ma'am Poliseni Konstantinopoulou. Okay.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I would like to congratulate all the organizers and all the speakers for this wonderful seminar. I'm very glad to be with you here today. I would like to share my screen.
Okay, pause, please. Please.
Possible, yes. I'm not sure if I can do it.
Can you share, Pak Suiwa? Make co-host for Miss Poliseni. Okay. You may, right now.
I don't know why I can't.
Can you?
No. I don't know what is happening, but
Can you, Miss Poliseni?
no, I cannot share my screen.
You cannot share your screen?
Mm-hmm.
You are co-host. Have. Come on.
Okay, let me. What can I do?
Okay, you may. Can you, Miss? Or you may share. Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Can you see
visible. Okay, go ahead.
my screen now?
Okay, yes, we see. Very visible. Okay, very clear.
Okay, so let's start. So today I will talk about specific learning differences and how we can help students with poor organizational skills. So in our classrooms, we see students who seem disorganized and assume they are being passive or lazy. However, many students really do struggle with organization and all the skills involved in it. Something's wrong with, okay. So, as a rule, we might think that being organized is just about being neat, but that's only a part of it. Organization is more than just keeping track of your belongings. It's also about organizing your thoughts, managing your time, planning, and knowing how to get things done. It is part of a group of skills referred to as executive functions, which often trouble students such as those with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. We'll get to ADHD again in a moment, but first, let's try to understand what executive function is. So executive function is the cognitive process that organizes thoughts and activities, prioritizes tasks, manages time efficiently, and makes decisions. Individuals with executive dysfunction often struggle to analyze, plan, organize, schedule, and complete tasks at all or on deadline. They misplace materials, prioritize the wrong things, and get overwhelmed by big projects. The term executive functioning was coined in the 1970s by Carl Freiberg, whose research indicated that the executive functions are mediated primarily by the prefrontal cortex. Traditionally, it's been used extensively in neuropsychology and clinical psychology. In recent years, however, it's spread into the broader field of education, of general education psychology, where it's often incorporated into teaching strategies and classrooms accommodation. I don't know, my screen is stuck, but so let's explore the matter. So far, we know about 4 circuits in prefrontal cortex of the brain that relate to executive function and executive dysfunction. The brain circuits are the interconnections between brain areas. The first circuit goes from the frontal lobe back into basal ganglia, linked to working memory. So it's in this circuit that what we think starts to guide what we do. This is particularly true when it comes to plans, goals, and the future. The second circuit goes from the same prefrontal area back into the cerebellum. The circuit the second circuit is the timing circuit of the brain. It coordinates not only how smooth behavior will be and the sequence of behavior, but also the timeliness of our actions and when we do certain things. And improperly functioning of this circuit in a student, for example, with ADHD, explains why they often have problems with time management. So this is the second, and this is the third circuit. The third circuit also originates from the frontal lobe, going through the central part of the brain to amygdala. They get away to the limbic system. It's linked to our emotions. It's where what we think controls how we feel and vice versa. It's the final decision maker in our plans. When thinking about multiple things, this is the circuit that eventually chooses among the options based on how we feel. And the fourth circuit goes from the frontal lobe to the very back of the hemisphere. It's where self-awareness takes place. It's where we're aware of what we do, how we feel, and what's happening to us. By viewing ADHD in relation to these four circuits, we can understand where symptoms originate. Depending upon which circuits are most impaired and least impaired, we can see variations in the kind of symptoms that any individual is going to have. Some students, for example, have more working memory deficit. Some other students have more emotional regulation problems, but they all involve these circuits. Awareness of these executive functions can help teachers and parents set up an early detection system for ADHD, helping them to seek a professional evaluation and accommodations before a child begins to struggle in school. Then, with proper accommodations and treatment, students with ADHD can learn to use what they know and strengthen these executive functions over time. So, we can say that students who struggle with these skills may have trouble in setting goals, estimating how long things take and keeping track of time, knowing how to start and complete tasks, doing things in the right order, setting priorities and knowing what's most important, creating schedules, and making decisions. There are a lot of ways we can help. First, we can keep track of what we are seeing and ask if the parent is seeing the same thing. An important first step is to look for patterns. In what ways is the student disorganized? What do you notice? What do you notice? And when do you notice these difficulties the most? Take notes on what you are seeing. You can share those observations with the parents and find out if they are noticing the same things. Long-term assignments can be particularly challenging for students with deficits in executive function. One way to address this issue is by directly teaching students how to map our larger projects and break them down into smaller, more manageable pieces. Having a planner like this with a monthly view gives students a broader look at tasks and deadlines. This is especially helpful when planning how to break down longer projects and goals. They can also try organization apps like Google Keep and Remember the Milk. Posting schedules can be a useful tool in developing time management skills. A classroom schedule outlines the entire day and prepares students for what's coming next. These schedules are commonly placed in spots where every student can refer to them during the day. Also, make sequence clear to your student by giving him or her specific verbal cues: first, next, then, before, after, as you develop a routine. Ask questions. What comes next? Do you remember what did you first? Also, another idea, a review might also take the form of a mind map or concept map created in small groups. Mind maps are useful graphic organizers for note-taking. Also, they can be very helpful for students with executive function deficits because organization thoughts can be as difficult as organizing time and materials. Watches and timers are simple but very powerful organization tools. Students can use them not just to keep track of time in general, but to keep track of how much time they have to do a specific task, or of how much time they need to do this task. Color coding can help students stay organized. We can assign a color to each subject or skill. Is a quick way to organize things virtually. Try to match the color of the textbook with a color with a textbook cover, let's say. Also, these rubber colored bracelets. Let's say we can have 5 bracelets in different colors. 1 for each skill or lesson. Let's say that blue is for grammar. Every time the student has grammar homework, he or she puts on the blue bracelet, and the student takes it off when he or she finishes. Homework centers are so important to have in the classroom and also at home. You can have folders that as soon as the students come in the classroom, their finished homework needs to go into them. And at break times, we can put the extra homework for the next day. A student may know what to do to complete a task, but may have trouble knowing when. Apalagi. Okay. So a student may know what to do to complete a task, but may have trouble knowing when and how to apply the appropriate skills. For a student with this type of deficit, the teacher may confirm that he or she has all the required materials to complete the task. The teacher should provide a checklist with the necessary materials. For all the students, we can ask the students to generate the list and then gather the appropriate materials. Another strategy for addressing deficits in executive function is using metacognitive language. For example, with a younger student, articulating the challenge could be useful. I see you are missing a pencil. You will need a pencil to complete the assignment. Where could you find one in the classroom? Displaying the steps or questions that students could ask themselves in the classroom is also helpful to promote independence with a skill. Students can repeat directions to a partner and then have a volunteer repeat the direction for the whole class. This process takes less than a minute, but allows additional time for auditory processing and repetition for any students who need it. Also, emphasize accomplishments and successes, and praise your student as you continue to work with him or her on a new skill. A parent's support and perseverance help make organizing a positive and effective experience for students and provide to be a lifetime asset. Organizational skills don't come naturally. So we must become our students' organization coach, helping them practice on a regular basis and encouraging them to stick with a system we create together. Learning organization strategies can help students to be more efficient And also it can be a confidence booster. But remember, try organization strategies little by little. You don't have to do everything at once. And if I have time, I would like you to present our center, My Way, which is exclusively for students with SPLDs, with specific learning differences. And also you can see some of our students as well. So this is our link. Let me see. So this is Thessaloniki and our center.
Everyone's unique. A human brain is as diverse as a fingerprint. Stop focusing on what people with dyslexia, dyspraxia, autism, ADHD, and other neurodiverse conditions cannot do. Praise their creativity, their innovation, and their ability to think outside the box.
I can do a lot of things at the same time together.
Visualizing 3D.
Picture thinking.
I think in movies or pictures that often move.
They are dreamers and pioneers, not weak or weird.
Where whole generations of kids getting the kind of education.
Most of our students, due to their SPLDs, do not feel very confident. So we have created a safe environment for them that can trust and feel comfortable. We incorporate our students' special qualities in our teaching process.
You need to understand and prepare your child with strategies.
Cool down. Appreciate your kids' talent. Accept the diversity and be happy.
Hug them.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, very good. Nice presentation. Good videos. Okay, give applause. Okay. Well, all audience participant online and offline mode. Okay, before we're going to finish this program, I'd like to invite you to have a question. Okay, Miss Julie, you may also open your camera. You may have a question for Miss Senia or Miss Julie Simon Macariola. Come on, everyone. I give you chance for giving a question.
Mr. Haas, please. Mr.
Okay.
Haas, please.
Bu Levi. Oh,
Yes.
letter, Miss Levi. I'd like to give, okay, yeah, another chance, please. Yeah, stay cool, Miss Levi. Yeah, okay. I'd like.
It's okay, sir. It's okay.
Okay. I will give you back later. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'd like to invite Miss Retno Indriaswara. Okay, from
Uri.
Okay, Uri. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
From
Thank you.
Ganesha University. Okay. Time is available.
Okay, thank you for the time. Yeah, I want to ask with Miss Polisenia about the language disorder. That's how possible for the under underage for 1 until 5 children have language disorder. Could be the children with the special need taught with online learning. And this is the first question. And the second question is possible when the children have special need with learning, online learning, how to make the one to communication, active communication. Usually that will be face-to-face for learning. So there's now is a pandemic, so there's COVID, there's not possible for face-to-face. So yeah, I mean that's will be difficult for face-to-face. So maybe you have option about that, because this is really need skill. So
yes, I understand
about the online. Thank you about that.
Can you understand the question, Miss Xenia?
Thank you for the question.
Okay.
I'll answer the second question first. So yes, it was very demanding during this pandemic to teach all our students. They the majority of them, they could do online lessons. The majority. I have to tell you that students with autism, in the spectrum of autism, with these particular students with autism, they had their time of their life because they were very keen to do it online. Students with autism do not have mainly learning differences, but it's about social difficulties and problems. So being in a distance, it was okay for them. The struggle was with the students with attention deficits and with the students with dyslexia. So we had to accommodate all our curriculum to do it online. They had to buy, the parents had to buy some tools for them, so they can have that at home. For example, you watch in the video these kind of elastic bands for their foot, so they can balance it. It was like a distress for them. So yes, it was very demanding, but the majority of them could do it. For example, 9 out of 10 students, they could do online courses. Yes. The first question.
No, you already answered the first and the second question. So that's usually this here is very difficult for make the children come for learning for face to face. So that's about the pandemic. So like the media teaching for them is like a platform, like right? The parent must buy the
yes.
Yeah.
The
okay.
parent was involved in this in this kind of teaching. Yes, it's very important. We have to be a group: teachers, parents, and children and students. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And maybe that's all. So yeah, because here is very difficult make for teaching online disorder. So that's not yet have platform here. So I just have the question about that. So this is really important and help the people from the language disorder. And okay, and the third question, this is usually is possible, Miss Kristiawan, I have the third question.
Okay.
1
minute.
Just
okay.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay, okay, that's okay. That's usually the speed delay, and what is the different with speed delay and the what is dyslexia?
Dyslexia and what the first one?
Speed delay. Speed delay. Speed delay.
It's delay.
Okay. Okay, yes. So we have, let's say that we have a child that is 2 years old and he or she doesn't talk. This is a speech delay, and maybe, and not maybe, for sure, he or she needs to attend speech and language therapy. Some of these children, it's as simple as that. It's just a speech delay, and after some session with a speech therapist, everything is fine. But it might be a sign of dyslexia, or it might be a sign of dysgraphia, or in general of a specific learning difference. So the parent has to be careful and see if the child is okay with these speech and language therapies, or the child needs an advanced help with a special educator. I don't know. Dyslexia, on the other hand, is something else. We can say that a student has dyslexia after 7 years old, because dyslexia is a difficulty in spelling and also in reading. So this is pure dyslexia. We see, usually we see students with dyslexia having also attention deficits, but this is a different case. So pure dyslexia is a phonological disorder that student cannot decode the language. That's why English language is very demanding for a dyslexic student, and is a difficulty in spelling and reading. And also the student has memory deficits as well. But I'm very keen to help. If you need extra tips or info, you can email me, of course. I'm available if you need anything.
Okay.
Can I have a question? May I have a question?
Okay,
May I have
later. Okay. For the next Alice, yeah, but before Alice, okay, I will invite Miss Leffy. Yeah, okay, the last speech for question, yeah, and then Alice Moriarty. Okay, Miss Leffy, what will you have a question for
Yes.
Miss Julie or for Miss Senia?
Well, actually, I have only one speaker, Master.
Okay, no problem. Twice, okay.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
Both of them. Okay,
Okay.
Miss Julie, open camera.
Yes. Miss Lolisfield, sorry. Ma'am, are you there?
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Question.
I really put a lot of attention on attitude. Yeah. How we as a teacher, educators, build a hard order thinking for our students. I mean, but my question is, Miss Lolisfield, do you think that building critical thinking, building critical thinking is also depend on the level of our students and also our educators? I mean, how about for lecturers who teach postgraduate program? Do you have any suggestions for them how to open their mind, for example, since their students is not only high school students or maybe university, but also postgraduate program? That's for Miss Lolisfield. And for Miss Simon, this is very interesting. Miss Simon, can I call you my counselor? This is important.
Yes,
Learner's counselor,
motivator, inspirator.
Yes, absolutely. So I really prepare my time for these questions. I have to be brave enough. Ma'am, it's about confidence, empathy, visibility, and listening. So this is do you think that there is a higher responsibility for educators as a leaders for postgraduate program about this? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, start from, okay, Julie first, okay, and then Miss Enya.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that question. First of all, there's no such thing as more important than and less least or most or everything is equally important. Yes, graduate students have more demands in education, but usually graduate students are at least older.
Yep.
Yes, and they can usually manage themselves and they can be confidently working with other people. And at this age, I would like to say, and I would like to assume that they already have these stages of building self-confidence. And also they have learned pretty much everything about listening, visibility, and empathy. Now, so I wouldn't want to say that this is more important to them, this is less important to them. No, equal. Everything is equal in here. If we are talking about self-confidence, everything is equal. Because also there are, at young age, a very young age, let's say 5, they can be very, very confident already and they can lead themselves. Now, they also, with the same situation, a 25-year-old person, shy person, not necessarily introvert, we are talking about shyness, not introversion, cannot or didn't have the chance to develop self-confidence. Thereby, they are not as confident as they should be, and they are not as approachable as they should be. However, confidence is just one factor. The others are equally important because this not confidence is the most important factor. No, all of them are equally important. Thank you very much for that question.
Thanks, Ms. Simon.
Okay, and next answer by Miss Enya.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Oh, well, actually, it's not for Mesenia. Mesenia have already got my heart actually about dyslexia, and I'm asking about hard critical thinking, Mr. Chris. Critical thinking to Miss Lolis Philly.
Tamar, Miss Tamar is okay.
Already left?
Okay.
It's okay.
No, yeah. To Miss Enya, only Miss Enya. Come on.
Okay. Now, Miss Enya, I give you all of my heart to you. You have a passion as an educator. I wonder how to make a passion on me myself. Can you share us about how to build a passion, especially for those kids? You truly have my heart. Totally.
So much. Thank you so much for your warm words. We simply do what we love. I mean, that's the key. I don't know what else to say.
Wow, that's enough. Oh, wow. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Finish. Okay. Well, okay. I'd like to give a chance for Miss Alice Moriarty.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I'm interested in to ask question about language disorder or dyslexia to Miss Polynesia. In my point of view about dyslexia is, the problem of to read and write, that what the Mrs. Polynesia has explained just now. My question is that how we detect the dyslexia as early as possible, particularly to children under the age of 6. Yeah, I have a friend dyslexia. That's my friend in Auckland, and I know that after this such kind of treatment, that's she got she can overcome the dyslexia, but they use technology to write and also they can read there are many resources from the books. So if we can detect the dyslexia as early as possible, she says that we can overcome the problem of dyslexia. But in my in my
Shorten,
mind,
please. Question. Shorten.
the question is that how to identify children age 6, that
Under
they are
6.
dyslexia, and how we stimulate or giving the therapy, what particular
okay.
therapy that can be overcome the
Okay,
dyslexia
you get the
problem.
point, Miss Senia. Okay. Fine, Miss Yuli.
Thank you, Miss Annie.
Thank you as well. That's a very important question. And the thing is that we cannot say 100% if a child has dyslexia or not, if he or she is under 7 or 8 before reading and writing. But let's say a smart kindergartner, a smart teacher in a kindergarten can say if he or she has some clues, not be sure 100%, because we have brain plasticity and we don't know if we are talking about dyslexia or not. But we can see if the child who is, let's say, 5 years old can say the stories in a good series of time, if he can do puzzles, things like that. We can see the cognitive abilities, not the language abilities first. And after 7, 8 years old, yes, but be careful. I'm an English teacher. I'm a teacher. I cannot say if a child has dyslexia, there is a group there is a group of educators, psychologists, doctors, that the child here in Greece goes there and does psychometric tests and see if he or she has a dyslexia or other specific learning differences.
Okay. Finish. Okay, good answer.
Would
And the last
I give one question?
Okay, one question. I see the question from Miss
Okay.
Davi Stani.
Yeah.
Okay, you are here. Okay. The
Thank
question
you.
is for Miss Julie. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Come on.
I'm sorry because what I to say, I written to the chat for Miss Julie Simon. Miss Julie, we know communication is very important in the learning process, especially the teacher as a leader. When we find a student as don't have self-confidence, she have a problem in her family, what should the teacher do to encourage self-confidence to the student who have problems in their family, while the students are very introvert? Thank you.
Can
Thank you,
get
madam.
the point? Okay.
All right, let us define self-confidence more clearly. Self-confidence is the ability to present ourselves. And when I say present ourselves, it's not only being in front of the classroom talking or being friendly to everyone. Self-confidence also is coming to the class. That's enough already. And let us take the thin line. Actually, for me, it's not thin, it's really wide line between shyness and being introvert or introversion. Many, actually, as a matter of fact, I think all introvert people are confident. All right. But that is the difference of being shy. Being shy means we have lack of self-confidence. Being introvert does not mean we lack self-confidence. So this student who is introvert, he or she does not have problem with, let's say, with being with shyness. And also to get the other variable that, madam, you were talking about the family issues. These are very sensitive issues, and it can heavily affect the student or the students. But you see, let me paint you a picture. A student who has family issues come to school and smile, that is big step for them. And that is, let me tell you, that is huge confidence already. Everyone, and I mean everyone who comes to school, laugh with others, talk with others, maybe 2 or 3 people, they are already confident. Now, if they cannot talk in front of the classroom, that's probably because they do not understand or cannot say, do not have anything to say about the topic. Or if they are too shy to talk, but trust me, they can be very confident in dancing and in singing. So, madam, that is to answer your question. What should we do? We just have first to know the real problem. Take to the root. Maybe he is not shy, maybe, and being introvert doesn't mean lack of self-confidence. So please let us all remember that one. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Miss.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Julie. Thank you so much for Davistani. Okay, give applause for Miss Julie Simon and Miss Senia. Okay, nice presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here many of participants. I see here also Miss Professor Dr. Ahmad Fauzan and also Professor Gunnar Hadi and so on. Okay, what Miss Julie, will you have a question?
I hope so, but no. I know everyone is hungry, but there is one fundamental question from here in the chat box. I am very interested in your closing sentence. Does it also mean that great speaker is a great leader? I'd like to take this in less than a minute.
Okay.
Take
a picture.
For the question. Okay. Let me tell you that being a great speaker is imperative in being a great leader. And if I may say, it is mandatory. If a person cannot communicate well, cannot communicate sensitively, man, he is not a leader. He is just your designated boss. I want to be bold at this one. He is just a designated boss, not actually a great leader. Everyone can be a leader, but not everyone can be a great leader. And it takes great communication skills to be that one. Thank you, Pa Chris.
Okay, nice. Thank you so much, Miss Julie Simon Macariola and Miss Poliseni Konstantinopoulou. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to share our screen related to the certificate. Okay. The first, okay, I'd like to call Mr. David De Prodin. Okay, here is the certificate for Mr. David De Prodin. Give applause. Thank you as a speaker in a national seminar, Doctor of Education Study Program in collaboration with Perkumpulan Program Studi Doktor Pendidikan. Okay, the next, Bantita Intamano. Okay, Bantita Intamano, nice. Okay, give applause for Miss Bantita Intamano. The next speaker is Mr. Atul Kumar, the professor from India. Give applause. Okay. And the fourth is Miss Tamar Lolisvili. Okay, give applause. Okay. And the next, Miss Julie Simon Macariola. Okay, 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 well, okay. And then the last, Miss Poliseni Konstantinopoulou. Okay, give applause for amazing speakers and amazing participants. Thank you so much for you all, and I ask you apologize if I have some mistake on my speech.
Excuse me, moderator, can we have the PowerPoint for the all speaker, please?
Okay, PowerPoint is copyright. Okay, well, okay.
Yeah.
I will try to give you a PowerPoint. How, Miss Julie, may I share your PowerPoint? Hello, Miss Julie.
Why did you have to ask me? But absolutely.
I'm interested with dyslexia and
okay, well, I will share. Okay, thank you so much for all participants. Thank you so much for nice presenters of speakers. Well, let's close our program today by saying goodbye from now. Bye-bye. And I will say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya, salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu. Okay, Assalamualaikum. Okay, for the next session, I'd like to give a chance for the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kristiawan MPD, for becoming a great moderator for today. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have a lunch break for 30 minutes. We'll start the next agenda at p.m. time. Have a great lunch.
All over the world, Bali is a very famous island in Indonesia. Many tourists from all over the world visit it each year. It is located